This is the tale of Duan Fei, who was merely an average college student 20 years past, until a colossal zombie scourge struck the globe that flipped his existence upside down. For the preceding 20 years, he has been enduring in a realm fraught with numerous perils. He kept forging ahead, because he dreaded to perish and confront his kin in the hereafter, whom he had forsaken 2 decades prior for his own selfish preservation. But after weathering those harsh years, he ultimately meets his demise and reawakens back in time. Just like in any quintessential regression narrative, he is utterly astounded by how everything is transformed around him. There is no stench of decaying flesh, and he discerns a photograph of himself with his sibling, captured before the cataclysm. That is when he comprehends that he has actually reverted back in time. He gazes in the looking glass and beholds his younger self, which eradicates any persistent uncertainties, and he is now quite positively certain that he truly has returned in time. He swiftly darted from the chamber to locate his sister. He distinctly recalls the instant the doomsday commenced, when a low-tier undead breached their dwelling. His spineless self was so petrified that he just collapsed to the floor, abandoning his incapacitated sister in her mobility aid, and she became quarry to that fiend. Subsequently, he grasped how foolish that blunder was, and the remorse plagued him for the remainder of his existence. But now that he is back in time, he is resolute to emancipate himself from that penitence. He vows to himself that he will shield Sinwei, his sister, the sole family he possesses remaining in this lifetime. When he arrives at the main room, he does not discover her present. He glances at the timepiece and observes it's December 20th, 2012. And the missive on the surface must be his university admission letter. This grants him confirmation that he has genuinely regressed back to prior to the cataclysm unfolding, which signifies his sister is undoubtedly living. He unlatches the portal to her chamber and discovers his sister gazing from the casement serenely. She pivots around at his arrival and inquires the motive for his visit. The fellow becomes inundated with sentiment. He quivers and erupts in his sobs like an infant. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprints over and clasps her firmly. She appears perplexed and wonders if he experienced a bad dream. While he just continues apologizing and weeping, his sibling embraces him back to console him. And that is when he realizes there is no interval for reminiscence. He must arrange for the apocalypse that is poised to erupt. He informs her he has to venture someplace and requests her not to depart the residence. She consents and raises her tress clip and presents it to him. She reminds him of the pledge they established. He would carry her hair ornament with him whenever he ventured outdoors, and once he returned unharmed, he would restore it to her tresses. He acknowledges this and departs silently. As he attires himself, he recalls to us that the doomsday commences in the pre-dawn hours of December 21st, which indicates there are fewer than 20 hours remaining. Nobody understands why it transpired, but half of humankind transformed into ghouls, and creatures mutated into monstrosities. Anyone they mauled also morphed into ghouls. Now that he has regressed, he cannot just remain idle and do nothing. So his primary objective is to accumulate provisions, as he amasses all varieties of his sister's preferred edibles. The counter attendant mentions to him that he has already acquired a heap of items, so she is uncertain how he is planning to transport them from this location. But he tells her he desires to procure more of those biscuits, and gestures outside to the vehicle he leased to contain all the goods. Once the conveyance is filled, the operator facetiously queries him if he is readying for a cataclysm, and Dwayne just affirms positively. The gentleman chuckles, believing Dwayne is just being humorous. When our protagonist spots a likeness of the truck operator's daughter, he feels somewhat sorrowful for this fellow and his household. Later daybreak is nearing them, and once the vehicle operator unloads everything at Dwayne's residence, Dwayne offers him a container of biscuits and instructs him to accept them for his little girl, and furthermore implores the operator to safeguard his family. Well, the man has no inkling what that is intended to even signify, but accepts the biscuits and accelerates away, still bewildered by what just occurred. It is 8 p.m. presently, and Dwayne readies an armament for himself. He also finalizes a paper chart, knowing that once the catastrophe descends, the web will collapse and telephones will be as practical as paperweights. Abruptly, his sibling bursts into the chamber, appearing thoroughly vexed. She becomes even more irritated when she beholds all of this material in the room. She commences berating him, because she just received a notification from the financial institution stating he depleted all their liquid assets. Dwayne swiftly endeavors to pacify her and queries if she would trust him if he informed her that the doomsday is approaching imminently. Naturally, she presumes he has a high temperature and assesses his warmth, but astonishingly for her, it feels normal. She ponders if he has become unhinged. Alternatively, she persists in questioning him about his peculiar conduct, but he just tells her that she will comprehend in a few short hours. So for the present, he advises her to seize this opportunity to inhale the pristine atmosphere and bid adieu to this serene epoch. His sibling grows apprehensive, observing him utter absurdities. But as greatly as she loathes to concede, she has an intuition that what he is articulating might actually materialize. We then ascertain that the initial surge of the ghoul apocalypse is designated. Revelation, it is scheduled to endure an entire 7 days, and by its conclusion, nearly 90% of humans on this celestial body will either be deceased or transformed into ghouls. The fortunate minority who withstand these 7 infernal days will advance to a fresh development, and he is anticipating that he and his sibling will be among that 10%. Ultimately, it is 12 a.m. on December 21st. Individuals are proceeding with their existences as customary, and everything appears satisfactory for the moment. Among them is this portly gentleman who obtains a directive from his superior to hasten his person into the workplace as swiftly as feasible. Assuredly, the inebriated corpulent fellow gets irritated, and just then a canine barks at him. In a surge of exasperation, he strikes the canine with his handset. But this is not merely any stray canine, and the portly fellow discovers the harsh reality. This is how the corpulent fellow becomes the premier casualty, as his substantial posterior gets torn asunder. Pandemonium erupts in the metropolis as ghouls and monstrosities commence despoiling every avenue and thoroughfare. The regular inhabitants have transformed into ghouls, as immediately as they are gnawed by other ghouls. Dwayne and his sibling are observing everything transpiring through their flat window pane. His sibling exclaims in astonishment, inquiring what is occurring, why individuals are biting and rending at one another. Duan somberly discloses that everyone is transformed into ghouls, and that the doomsday has commenced. Abruptly, they perceive frantic pounding on their entrance. Xinyu identifies the intonation and informs her brother that it is Miss. Huang apprehension seizes Duan's psyche as he comprehends that the chronology is reiterating itself. He recollects the previous instance, the elder iteration of him unbarred the portal, and as immediately as he beheld the ghoul, he fled. His sibling swiftly hastens to unlatch the entrance. As immediately as she does, we observe this substantial matron positioned there, and Zenui becomes petrified when she perceives the ghoul behind her, who has already gnawed this lady. Before we witness what transpires subsequently, the panorama shifts to Duan's previous existence. His superior, who is known by the designation Ching, perceives his brooding countenance and queries if he is anxious about the vital undertaking they're about to execute. Duan reminds him that his disposition is consistently like this, to which Ching guffaws and states, "It is factual," he asserts. He has never witnessed Duan chuckle. He furthermore assures him that, now that they have managed high-tier ghouls, this next undertaking will be effortless, or so the superior presumed, until they discovered themselves encircled by high-tier ghouls. Alarm erupts in the encampment, but everyone still endeavors to repel these abominations, because the undertaking is paramount and they cannot permit defeat. Despite their endeavors, it is futile. Everyone is demolished and trampled by these colossal monstrosities, and it is solely our protagonist, Duan, who is barely maintaining his foot. He summons his superior to enter the fray, but this craven just remains on the periphery instead of assisting. This cur mutters a few utterances that only Duan was capable of hearing, then departs, leaving Duan there to defend himself in the current time. Duan finally grasps the sort of desolation and forlornness his sibling experienced when he absconded, leaving her to become ghoul sustenance. This insight galvanizes his resolve, and he hurls the armament he fashioned from a remove, felling that miscreant down with a solitary impact. His sibling queries what befell their cohabitants, and he reminds her that they have transformed into ghouls, but he assures her that he will not permit her to be harmed. Just then the identical ghoul advances at them anew, so he instructs her to shut her eyelids. As she complies, He severs the ghoul's contaminated appendage just before it can clutch her. But the monstrosity does not retreat. It advances at her once again. Duan swiftly propels her mobility aid backward and impales his keen blade directly into the monstrosity's pedal extremity, then extracts the other blade from its optic. Utilizing his past martial proficiency, he inflicts a succession of potent lacerations to the ghoul. His sibling commences to unseal her eyelids and beholds him pitilessly dismembering the ghoul. She rapidly nears him from the rear, instructing him to just cease finally. He terminates his unyielding assault, and the ghoul lies lifeless on the terrain. Tears accumulate in her optics as she informs her brother. He appeared fearsome just moments ago. He apologizes and reaffirms to her that he will safeguard her, regardless of the expenditure abruptly. A systemic alert resonates within his cranium, apprising him that he has dispatched a ghoul and acquired 3 advancement credits, and that the credits have initiated the mechanism. He scans around agitatedly wondering who just articulated, but then something commences to envelop him. His eyesight obscures, and he discovers himself positioned squarely in the epicenter of a sacred place. Immense effigies overhang him from every facet, and one divine effigy is grasping a frond in her palm. The encircling effigies gleam with cerulean luminescence and jolt him with vitality. It transpires they are transmitting a communique directly into his psyche, and he feels as if his cranium is about to detonate. The advancement mechanism activates swiftly, and he endures some genetic restructuring and advancement. Once the procedure is finalized, he appears like a complete, formidable individual, and he can perceive immense potency surging through his physique from what he assimilated from the communiques materializing in his cerebrum. This is designated an advancement arboretum. It has elevated his beta genetics to sigma genetics, assisting him to advance. Now, he perceives a linkage to this advancement arboretum. Nevertheless, he ascertained that there is a toll to persist advance. The toll is settled with advancement credits. The mechanism utilizes the credits he accumulates from dispatching ghouls to augment his genetics, permitting him to select enhancements in vigor, combat proficiencies, survival proficiencies, detection proficiencies, and additional attributes. Initiating the advancement mechanism depleted 1 advancement credit, which left him with 2 credits to allocate. When the mechanism inquires if he would desire to utilize them, he answers with a vehement affirmative without a moment's hesitation. He then receives the option of which characteristic he wishes to augment. He contemplates for an instant and comprehends that, while he possesses the erudition and background from the bygone era, his physique is still delicate, so he resolves to allocate both credits into his vigor. Once the vigor enhancement is finalized, he proceeds out of the sacred place, resolute to rescue his sibling and preclude reiterating past blunders. He reawakens to discover himself on the divan with his sibling, having succumbed to slumber over his lap. She rouses from sleep, and tears of elation accumulate in her optics when she beholds her brother living. She had nearly presumed that he was deceased. He tenderly caresses her cranium and reaffirms to her that nothing will befall him. As pledged, he makes it unambiguous that he will not forsake her irrespective of what. He resolves to manage Miss Huang's remains, knowing that her lifeless form will entice more ghouls. To his astonishment, he discovers that her form has already been managed, with a vestige of sanguine fluid, indicating that someone conveyed her down the staircase. It is nearly 4 a.m. and we observe our protagonist rummaging through apparel for garments to don. After acquiring this augmented physique, his previous garments just do not conform over his sculpted build anymore. Abruptly, his sibling enters with their progenitor's attire. He promptly accepts them and puts them on. Regarding his progenitor, he contemplates on how, when he was 10, their guardians departed them entirely solitary. Subsequently, they would dispatch a quantity of currency each annum, but they never perceived anything further from it. After the inception of the doomsday, he sought them for 10 annums, but he could not locate any vestige and ultimately had to relinquish. He finally exits the portal, believing that he is certain their guardians can safeguard them. But his sibling is his paramount concern. Heavens, I am fatigued of recounting how fervent he is to shield his sibling. From this juncture henceforth, I will not reiterate this matter repeatedly. His sibling then articulates that she cannot discern how he became so much taller in merely 1 nocturnal period. He shrugs and retorts that he does not comprehend it either, and asserts that it must be because he was fated to appear like a Sigma. Ultimately, so his physique expanded. Naturally, his sibling does not accept this implausibility, so he endeavors to alter the topic by stating he needs to venture outside for a short while. But she remonstrates and tells him to not depart, stating she is apprehensive because the globe has altered so swiftly. She does not desire her impediment to become a liability for him, and now she is concerned that he might sustain injury or become disoriented. He retorts that he just needs to eliminate a few ghouls. Otherwise, they will perpetually be in jeopardy. They cannot permit what befell Miss Huang to reiterate itself, and it is vital to congregate as many survivors as feasible, because the more assistants they possess, the superior as consistently. She presents him her hair ornament, instructing him to be back by midday for luncheon. With that minor pledge, interchange between the affectionate siblings, he departs the flat the instant he steps outdoors. He appears like an absolute Sigma assassin, poniard in grasp. He pursues the sanguine vestige and eventually discerns a glabrous ghoul, consuming away Miss Huang's tresses in order to cultivate his own. The tress-fixated creature perceives him and swiftly propels itself at him. But Duan just severs the monstrosity like it is no significant matter. The systemic alert promptly materializes, indicating that he has dispatched a first-tier ghoul and accrued 1 advancement credit. He then perceives that this instance, augmenting his vigor necessitates 6 credits, while augmenting his intellect would demand 10 credits. I surmise he has a considerable distance to traverse before he can contemplate augmenting intellect. He recollects hearing about the significance of the intellect during his past existence in the obscure epics. Previously then, the sole bulwark against those peculiar monstrosities was awakened individuals. With divergent potencies, each awakened possessed unique capacities, but one potency surpassed the remainder. The intellect, once awakened. These intellect wielders could subjugate others, rendering them some of the most potent awakened extant. Even if he augments his intellect's characteristic by 1 tier, the subsequent tier would necessitate 7 times more credits to augment. To awaken the capacity that accompanies intellect, he would require at minimum 10 tiers of intellect, and presently there is no method for him to acquire that quantity of credits. So he resolves to disregard the intellect for the interim and concentrates on enhancing other characteristics like vigor and celerity. He refocuses his awareness back to the immediate objective as he penetrates another dwelling. All he beholds is a sanguine disarray. Surveying around, he discerns a canine, leash besmirched in gore, and resolves to pursue the vestige, which guides him to a matron deceased in the bathing receptacle. Precisely at that instant, a ghoul slinks up behind him, its repulsive maw gaping widely to seize a morsel. But Duan reacts swiftly and impales the miscreant with his poniard, and then brandishes again to obliterate its cranium with a subsequent impact. Once more the systemic alert materializes, indicating that he has procured 1 advancement credit. He feels apprehensive after that narrow escape, and resolves not to lower his vigilance. Even with the advancement arboretum on his side, he commences his declension in the edifice, knowing there are still 10 strata remaining to sanitize. As he proceeds towards the subsequent dwelling, we perceive a matron observing him through the aperture in her portal, prepared to detonate the cranium of any ghoul that might approach. Dwayne promptly calls out, stating that if there is nobody within, he is going to force the portal ajar. The young lady swiftly unlatches the portal and inquires what he desires. He presents himself, elucidating that he is canvassing the edifice to eliminate the ghouls and rescue his kin. She retorts that her chamber is secure and instructs him to depart. But as immediately as she endeavors to shut the portal, he inserts his pedal extremity inside, making it unambiguous that he wishes to observe for himself. So he instructs her to acquiesce. Considering the manner, he is observing her with his sanguine poniard in grasp. It is no marvel she is petrified of this outsider, endeavoring to compel his entry. Astonishing as it is, the lady grants him authorization to enter. After meticulously scrutinizing the dwelling, he confirms that it is indeed secure and that there are no ghouls. His gaze then alights on a photograph of her with her spouse and offspring, prompting him to inquire about the pair of them. She elucidates that her son is away for instruction, and her spouse went to retrieve him. but they both have not returned residence since the prior day. She is anxious about them, and she has not been capable of slumber. She reminds him that now that he has surveyed around, he should likely depart. Duan then apologizes for intruding in this manner and resolves to proceed out. But just as he acts on that notion, the portal to the bedchamber commences rapping. He is astounded to perceive this abrupt disturbance and swiftly inquires her if there is anyone additional in the dwelling. Naturally, she endeavors to prevaricate, stating that there is nobody present. But Duan does not accept her assertion for it and resolves to verify for himself. Duan ultimately unlatches the portal, only to be astounded by what he beholds within at that very instant. The matron propels herself at him from the rear, but he swiftly evades to elude her assault. It transpires her son has already transformed into a ghoul and dispatched his progenitor. The ghoul youth swiftly propels himself at Duan, but my fellow safeguards himself with a poniard and propels the juvenile away. That is when the progenitor intervenes between them, imploring with Duan not to injure her son. He endeavors to restore her to actuality, reminding her that her son is no longer a human. He is already transformed into a man-consuming ghoul. He cautions her that if she persists safeguarding him in this manner, they will both be in grave jeopardy. The devoted progenitor weeps, asserting that her son is not genuinely a ghoul. He is merely unwell. She believes that they just have to await until someone devises a remedy, and then her son will revert to normalcy. But her optimistic prattling proves erroneous when her own son perforates an aperture into her abdomen, causing her to collapse instantaneously. The zombified juvenile commences to devour his progenitor's flesh, as immediately as Duan endeavors to lunge at the youth. The matron clutches his pedal extremities, beseeching him not to dispatch her son, insisting that he might revert to normalcy one day despite her entreaties. Duan ultimately concludes by dispatching the juvenile, bringing a sorrowful conclusion to this once joyous household. After sanitizing the 11th stratum, he affixes chimes on the gradations before descending to the 10th stratum. As he arrives at the 10th stratum, he confronts a muscular ghoul that exudes trouble, and it appears like this ghoul reached the 10th stratum by pursuing the aroma of the gore. The muscular ghoul primate bellows at Duan and propels from its position, descending with a weighted implement in grasp, intending to pulverize him under its immense mass. But this foolish primate concludes by demolishing the partition instead, while Duan merely leaps aside. The actuality that this witless ghoul could raise a partition demonstrates that, once someone transforms into a ghoul, their vigor amplifies substantially. If they were already potent as a human, their zombified iteration becomes even more arduous to manage. The behemoth hurls its weighted implement at Duan, but he sidesteps again just as he is regaining his orientation. Another monstrosity assaults him from the rear. He succeeds in propelling the second ghoul away, but not without sustaining considerable detriment to his appendage. Duan is not just confronting a potent ghoul anymore. Now he must contend with a zombified creature as well. He is particularly fearful of this being, because not only does it possess incredible celerity, but its sense of olfaction and audition are extraordinary. Both of them propel themselves at him. Duan succeeds in severing one monstrosity's talons, but he still sustains a great deal of detriment from the other monstrosity. When his sanguine fluid drips from the 10th stratum down to the ground stratum, all the ghouls in the edifice detect the aroma. Now they are all pursuing him. Dwayne expresses gratitude to his favorable fortune that he did not descend, but he can perceive the other ghouls becoming alerted to his vicinity. But presently, his primary apprehension is determining how to manage these two monstrosities. Before him, the muscular ghoul brandishes its weighted implement at Duan again, but my fellow evades as customary. Sidestepping just in the nick of time, he retaliates with a swift impact of his own. The primate ghoul advances at him once more, and right then, the zombified canine endeavors to seize a morsel from his appealing posterior, but Dwayne executes some impressive aerial maneuvers, evading like a shinobi on stimulants, creating some separation between them. Both monstrosities slowly approach him. He is quite certain that he cannot vanquish them yet. So he resolves to at least entice them away from his sibling Shinya. But his evasion strategy comes to a standstill when he discerns more ghouls ascending the gradations directly towards him. Now there are ghouls before him and the primate ghoul behind, preparing to hurl that immense weighted implement again. The weighted implement ghoul charges forward and hurls the mass so forcefully that it annihilates every ghoul in its trajectory. Craniums are shattered and sanguine fluid spatters ubiquitously. It appears like this was component of our fellow stratagem, and he merely slips inside one of the dwelling chambers. Immediately, the chamber Dwan entered appears like it pertains to a devoted animation aficionado. There is a character cushion on the bedstead, and broadsides of an animation damsel affixed on the partition. Concurrently, Dwan cannot dispel the persistent notion of why he has not acquired any credits. Despite eliminating so many ghouls, he ponders if it is because he did not deliver the concluding impact. What concerns him the most is how rapidly the ghouls are advancing. Their vigor is already nearly beyond the initial stage, and the pace of advancement seems dissimilar from the previous occasion. Just then, both monstrosities burst into the chamber, searching for him. The weighted implement primate discerns him and brandishes its fist, perforating an aperture directly through the floor. Dwayne gets deposited down to the stratum below in a cloud of detritus. As he reclines there encircled by remnants, he contemplates whether this is how he is fated to perish. He feels as if he is still refused, even after regressing. He presumed he could atone for his past blunders, but now it appears like someone like him will perpetually remain refuse. But Duan swiftly returns to actuality because he has a household to safeguard. He arises and swiftly severs through the adjacent ghouls. After eliminating 2 of them, he now possesses 5 advancement credits. Without pause, he allocates those credits into his celerity characteristic. He departs the chamber and discovers a multitude of witless ghouls. And let's be candid, they're nothing more than cannon fodder for him. He darts through them, slitting their esophagi as he proceeds. With his newly accrued credits, he adds 6 credits into his vigor. He is ascending as swiftly as he can, all to safeguard his sibling. Concurrently, at the dwelling portal, Xinyi perceives rapping and ponders if it is her brother. She endeavors to summon her brother, but when there is no rejoinder, she commences to fret, fearing that he might be in jeopardy. So she accumulates some fortitude and approaches the portal, her appendages trembling as she reaches the handle. Outside the dwelling, 2 ghouls lurk awaiting Xinyi to unlatch the portal. As immediately as she does, Duan hastens into the panorama, not squandering an instant, before severing down both ghouls with adept exactitude. Shinya's optics widen in apprehension as she comprehends the peril and swiftly slams the portal shut. That is when her brother articulates, assuring her that everything is satisfactory. But just as he states this, the weighted implement ghoul finally ascends the 12th stratum, and Duan knows that matters are about to become serious. So he cautions Xinyi to never unlatch the portal again. With his concentration now on the new menace, Duan channels his divine celerity and vigor, severing through the oversized ghoul's limb in one swift dash. Subsequently, he directs his awareness to the canine-like monstrosity. In a breathtaking exhibition of proficiency, he hurls his poniard with divine celerity and annihilates the creature with a solitary hurl. He then executes a sequence of aerial maneuvers, Ghoul following, shoving the scoundrel's face upon the ground. He leaps clear and recovers his blade. The undead rushes towards him once more, despite such a significant pummeling. Yet our protagonist will not tolerate this. He plunges his weapon within the undead's torso and manipulates it about with great celerity, that he virtually rends the creature into myriad fragments. The status display immediately materializes, revealing he has dispatched 6 initial level ghouls and acquired 6 advancement credits. Subsequent to this modest triumph, he is now certain he is not merely refused, who flees from peril any longer, although he yet has a considerable journey ahead. particularly as not much time is available now before the undead commence the rapid advancement phase. And at that juncture, ghouls shall swiftly advance. Thereupon he descends to the inferior levels and commences purging ghouls to accumulate a substantial amount of credits. Subsequent to purging the whole edifice, he at last emerges when he perceives the solar orb radiating intensely. He comprehends that it is now post-meridian. He resolves he ought to return to his dwelling, if he does not wish to agitate his younger sibling, because he had pledged to be back before midday. Upon arriving at his residence, he enjoys an invigorating ablution, concurrently accessing his status display. He tactically instructs the apparatus to enhance his celerity and perception. Characteristics: currently, it is nearing 9 in the evening, and he approaches his sibling. She discloses that she recently observed in the reports that ghouls are emerging universally across the globe, and humankind confronts an emergency unlike any seen before, although they assert the contagion is under management, and that it shall conclude swiftly very soon. She discerns it is merely governmental rhetoric to pacify the populace. She is certain that following all that has transpired, it is impossible it will conclude thus simply. Her sibling comforts her that they will devise a solution, and yet again reiterates his familiar assurance of his intention to safeguard her. Irrespective of circumstances, she then voices she is concerned she could hinder him, and occasionally she desires she could ambulate anew. He comforts her to not be anxious, vowing that he will secure the opportunity for her to regain her footing. Yet his sibling informs him that it is unfeasible. Thus he need not utter this merely for her consolation. In actuality, he is vocalizing based on past events, and he is certainly not merely attempting to console her. He muses internally that should she arouse capabilities, she could ambulate anew. He then discloses to the audience that a celestial cascade is imminent, which will be a pivotal moment for all humankind. You observe in his prior existence, after the great unveiling transpired, the ghouls commenced to advance. The rationale for their advancement was this precise celestial cascade. They both gaze skyward, and he feels profoundly moved, knowing that the phenomenon that could alter humanity's destiny is finally present these cosmic bodies emit a unique form of vitality that permeates to the undead. And once that vitality accumulates within their forms, they transform into genetic essences. Consuming these genetic essences can compel an ordinary mortal to awake extraordinary abilities. His principal strategy is to amass a quantity of these essences and induce numerous individuals to ingest them in order to preserve all of humankind. These colossal cosmic bodies begin to fall from the heavens, and pandemonium erupts across the entire metropolis. While the maiden is utterly captivated by the awe-inspiring spectacle, our protagonist is preoccupied with calculating their impact locations. One of the cosmic bodies just impacted not excessively distant from their position, merely 16 kilometers distant. He intends to venture there the following morn to secure a cosmic fragment. Promptly for Zenwei abruptly then, he perceives his carbonated beverage commencing to congeal, which could signify that Xinyue has already initiated absorption of the cosmic fragment's vitality. This elicits a smile upon his visage, and he informs his sibling that she might be capable of standing imminently. The subsequent day dawns, and the whole metropolis is blanketed in vapor and debris. Duan appears ready to confront whatever exists externally. Yet his sibling is not so certain. He should imperil himself venturing into such peril thus. He reminds her that this is exceptionally crucial, not solely for her, but for all humankind. He must undertake this, and he pledges yet again that shall be capable of standing imminently. She still appears apprehensive. So he tosses her a transceiver he discovered in one of the dwellings and informs her they can correspond through it. With that, he utilizes the lift downwards to the primary level. Just as he's journeying down, his sibling calls out to him via the transceiver, expressing remorse for not confiding in him. She feels regretful that he's perpetually endeavoring to shield her, yet she is invariably lamenting. However, he reassures her in response, informing her he comprehends her predicament. Once he arrives at the primary level, he informs her he's about to venture out. Yet she swiftly instructs him to examine his pockets. Naturally, it is her hair ornament, a diminutive reminder for him to return to their residence unharmed. Though for some inexplicable reason, it now resembles a crucifix. Once he steps out from the lift, he navigates his way through the debris within the metropolis. That's when he espies an undead confined within a vehicle. A further undead then erupts through the debris, and he swiftly vaults over the vehicle and dispatches both undead with considerable facility. Elsewhere within the metropolis, we observe some combatants reporting to their superior commander that the ghouls at the western portal have already been managed by Unit Sia. One of the combatants notes that there seem to be fewer ghouls since that enigmatic celestial cascade the previous night. We then behold a female surveying the region with optical enhancers, observing attentively. That is when one of her subordinates approaches her diffidently and informs her that combatant Lee reported. The ghouls at the western entrance have been eradicated, and they're awaiting subsequent directives. The female, who is known by the designation Sia, instruct her subordinate to tell the combatants to continue surveillance to ensure no ghouls were overlooked. Yet then the maiden delivers some disquieting intelligence, revealing that Mr. Huang desires to return to his enterprise. This fellow appears genuinely agitated. He states he does not wish to be confined here any longer and desires to return to a place of safety. That's when Jia seizes him by the apparel and instructs him to consider the circumstances. Before he vocalizes, she reminds him that she's not his personal guardian. She's a constabulary officer, and venturing out presently would be calamitous. If he wishes to survive, he better remain patient. She inquires of him if he comprehended. Yet the fellow does not respond immediately. So she directs a menacing gaze to emphasize her assertion. He commences to quiver with apprehension. The fellow seated adjacent to Mr. Huang concurs that they'll adhere to her directives, yet implores her not to cast daggers with her penetrating glares, because she is truly intimidating. She walks away, instructing her subordinate to contact combatant Lee, because she has something vital to impart to him. Incidentally, this female is the commander of the paramilitary police unit. When the cataclysm transpired, they were on an external mission. So they are now marooned within the metropolis. This subordinate is known by the designation Xiao Linglin. She's a university scholar who was undertaking vacation employment, distant from her residence when the cataclysm struck, and she was rescued by Jia Ke. Now she journeys with them for the interim. Meanwhile, the fellow who consented to follow Officer Zia's directives contorts his visage into a malevolent smirk and states hell subjugate this untamed feline eventually. Incidentally, let's bestow this violet-haired individual a moniker and call him Reptile Visage. From this point forward, the scene then shifts externally, and it appears we are approaching the location where the colossal cosmic body impact, and all the ghouls are converging in that vicinity, which clarifies why the combatants are observing fewer fiends. Meanwhile, our protagonist, who's also journeying towards the cosmic body impact site, is vexed that as he draws nearer, the quantity of ghouls is escalating. Yet he does not lament excessively, because every dispatch earns him invaluable advancement credits. Finally, the cosmic fragment is directly before his eyes, and he can perceive the vitality emanating from it. He could approach it immediately, yet he does not wish to act impetuously, especially since he possesses little knowledge about these cosmic bodies. He leaps onto the loftiest structure and peers through his optical device, and espies a cosmic body shard within the impact vicinity, which is emanating this eerie vitality. Yet he also perceives an undead position directly beside. Peculiarly, the undead appears entirely indifferent to the shard. Duan finds it curious and ponders if this undead is not an ordinary one. Since he lacks substantial time for observation, he intends to seize the shard and depart before the undead absorbs its essence, especially with additional ghouls materializing. As he dashes downwards toward the shard, he passes by incinerated ghouls that appear as if they were struck by the celestial cascade. Once he approaches the crater, he attempts to impale that undead within the depression with his arm. Yet the instant his blade connects, it fragments into numerous pieces as well. It appears this undead isn't an ordinary one after all indeed. Abruptly, the undead develops these peculiar auditory organs, and markings materialize all over its physique. This female appears as if she formerly worked at a fast food chain, because she literally inquires of our protagonist if he desires carry out, or if he'll be dining within. He perceives her entirely black eyes with aurate pupils, and it does not require him long to comprehend that this is an ancestral undead. He becomes utterly astounded as the realization takes hold, because this variant of undead was the most dreaded in his preceding existence, and he has no inkling why one would manifest here. The female swiftly lunges at him, yet he attempts to halt her with the staff he's clutching. She merely seizes the staff and commences swinging him about in midair. At that instant, she hurls some tendrils towards him, yet he swiftly extracts his blade and severs through them, as if it is no great matter. We discover that ancestral undead possess distinct offensive capabilities, and their celerity and might augment over duration. It's as if they were created for combat. He's uncertain why such a potent undead would appear so prematurely. As she launches her tendrils anew, he leaps from his position and endeavors to seize the cosmic body shard. Yet the tendrils commence encircling, so he swiftly severs through them to advance forward. He grinds his dentition as he ponders. If this foolish female already comprehended what he was attempting to accomplish, he becomes even more infuriated when he perceives her snigger. With that repugnant smirk upon her visage, she launches her tendrils at him once more. And on this occasion, he does not elude without incurring some grave harm. He then reflects upon how he had to confront that large undead the previous day and now this. None of this aligns with what he knew from his preceding existence, which causes him to ponder if history is altering. He perceives some unusual cerulean vitality linked to the ancestral undead, which makes him wonder if the undead was generated by the cosmic body shard. To function as a guardian, the female then hurls her tendrils at him again, yet he resolves to withdraw. Just as he leaps away, she releases her roots and the filament securing the hair ornament severs, making it descend while he continues severing through the appendages. This assault exacts a toll upon him, and he expels a copious quantity of gore. Yet he finally succeeds in eluding that crater before becoming completely ensnared. She bellows and releases a colossal vitality surge. Subsequently, Duan seeks refuge in a proximate dilapidated dwelling. It appears he requires a truly diabolical stratagem to triumph against this ancestral undead, because that's the sole manner hell reclaimed shard. He extracts a vial filled with gore, which he discloses he gathered from the deceased forms of other individuals, and he is contriving to utilize it to entice the ghouls. Subsequently, we observe the ancestral undead anew. She perceives the commotion nearby, and it is our protagonist on the motorized vehicle, with literally myriads of ghouls pursuing him. He continues speeding along the thoroughfare, and as he nears the crater, he extracts the container of gore and hurls it towards the crater, shattering the vial to guarantee the gore disperses ubiquitously. The female is now saturated in that gore, and all the ghouls propel themselves towards her. Before long, she's interred beneath a mound of ghouls, yet she unleashes her capabilities and impales through every fiend with her tendrils. The one on the other side observes the spectacle from a distance, and it appears his stratagem to vanquish her. Employing the ghouls is not proceeding favorably. She's literally dismembering these ghouls, and she isn't even perspiring slightly. He resolves to draw somewhat nearer, to seek additional offensive opportunities, because these feeble ghouls are not proving effective. That's when a savage beast enters the spectacle, propelling itself at the female with a full-throated roar, and pins her down upon the earth. Duan is both astounded and astonished, experiencing a measure of relief that he might at last possess an opportunity to vanquish her. As he observes more intently, he comprehends that this fiend is on the brink of advance, and if it succeeds in ingesting the cosmic body shard, it'll advance instantaneously. The female hurls the fiend away with her tendrils and rises again, though she appears utterly depleted. The fiend looks more enraged than previously, while the female persists in assailing it. That's when the fiend finally executes a furious leap and commences devouring her. Meanwhile, Duan seeks the chance to seize the crystal, because if this beast advances, he'll be in considerable difficulty. It appears the female is still living, and she swiftly impales through the fiend's gullet with her tendrils, and elevates it, creating numerous apertures in the fiend. The beast collapses to the earth after being impaled, and the female smirks wildly at Duan, mocking him about how his diminutive snare failed to function. Yet he hurls a cheeky retort directly back at her. Because his stratagem is not concluded yet, he casts aside his frayed garment and leaps back into the crater, informing her that there's something he desires, so he must return to claim it. As he engages in combat with her, he perceives that she has decelerated. She then unleashes a volley of tendrils. Yet Duan employs his perception faculty and divine celerity to sever through all the tendrils. As if they're insignificant, the female propels herself at him anew, yet he succeeds in deflecting all her assaults, and even severs one of her appendages in the exchange. Naturally, this enrages her to her absolute extreme. As her potency commences to amplify, appendages emerge from the earth, and she starts levitating in the atmosphere. He ponders if she's been concealing her genuine capabilities all this time. As she transforms into this novel iteration of herself, she commences hurling her colossal tendrils downward at it. Yet he strives his utmost to evade everything completely, resolving it as opportune to withdraw. He propels himself out from the crater. The female becomes increasingly incensed, and her appendages start to pursue him. Yet Duan commences cleaving and dashing through those appendages. It appears like he's becoming too beset to even withdraw, and just as he beholds one tendril aiming directly toward him, it halts abruptly just a hair's breadth from his optic. The female unexpectedly expels gore and collapses to the earth. It seems she has pushed her physique beyond its capacities. Thus, she is now incapable of enduring the shard's potency. She still contrives to launch an assault. Yet Duan severs through her tendrils, swiftly making a direct course towards her and cleaves through her veined limbs. Even thus, she persists in attacking, and he keeps severing them down every which way, following a relentless exchange to and fro. The female is finally depleted, and Dwayne executes the concluding strike. The apparatus promptly materializes, and to his amazement, he acquires 100 advancement credits for slaying the ancestral undead. At last, he retrieves the hair ornament he misplaced and slips it back into his compartment. He then proceeds to claim the stone, following that perilous life and death struggle. The instant he makes contact with the shard, he feels a connection to the shard for a brief duration, and his injuries mend instantaneously. This instills in him even greater assurance that he'll undoubtedly be capable of mending his siblings' limbs as well. Abruptly, the canine fiend commences to react. Its abdomen distends, and then it ultimately detonates, revealing a diminutive, adorable ball of fur. Duan is utterly perplexed by this development. Because fiends do not typically possess the capacity for procreation, he swiftly infers that before the matriarch perish, the offspring must have assimilated all her potency and emerge. He scoops up the little creature in his palm, and as he gazes upon it, he ponders if it is even feasible to domesticate a neonatal fiend such as this. He reasons that if he's the initial entity it beholds upon opening its eyes, ITLL likely perceive him as kin and be entirely devoted. Predictably, the ball of fur gazes at him, then promptly laves his visage as if it already regards him, its progenitor. Subsequently, he organizes his satchel, placing the ball of fur and the shard inside it, and resolves to return to his residence. Because traversing at night would be excessively hazardous. It is 7 in the evening, and as he navigates through the metropolis, the vitality emanating from the shard diffuses outward, attracting every fiend in the vicinity. The solar orb has completely descended, and the vitality from the encircling ghouls is intensifying. He comprehends. It is merely a question of time before these ghouls commence advancing, owing to the shard's vitality. Abruptly, the terrain beneath his feet commences to disintegrate, compelling him to leap about to find his way. He grinds his dentition, exasperated that he selected a secluded route, yet still was discovered by the fiends. Precisely then, a multitude of transmuted rodents materialize into view, and he starts to unravel. Because these creatures are among the most challenging to confront, they all commence assailing him, distinctly pursuing the cosmic body shard. He propels one of the fiends aside and vaults over a luminary support, seeking a secure location to conceal himself. The scene then shifts to a location within the metropolis, where we behold that identical officer, Zia K and that university scholar and Zia Ling. Ling the scholar proposes the officer take a respite, yet the female asserts she is well, and instructs Soldier Lee and the others to repose initially. Abruptly, she espies a survivor running in their direction, and swiftly directs her subordinate to awaken Soldier Lee and his unit to ready themselves to depart as a survivor is proximate. Naturally, it is our protagonist. Dashing with such celerity, it is difficult to credit. The officer observing him is astounded at how effortlessly he maneuvers. Meanwhile, Duan intends to conceal himself in the identical manufactory, where the officer and her contingent are stationed. He finally passes through the manufactory entrances, rescuing himself just at the critical juncture. It is almost comical to behold. Those identical rodents that breached solid terrain cannot contrive to ascend or breach this corroded Ferris portal. He steps into the vehicle repository and takes a moment to regain his breath. He comprehends that concealing himself there will be ineffectual. As long as he possesses the shard with him, the fiends will persist in pursuing him. He merely needs to endure the nocturnal period and await the solar orb to ascend. Yet when he unseals his satchel, he perceives that the shard is absent, leaving him momentarily astounded. He ponders if he might have misplaced it. Yet that is unfeasible, because the fiends would not have been pursuing him if he had forfeited the shard. The sole clarification that occurs to him is that his new companion, must have assimilated it precisely on schedule. An apparatus notification materializes, stating that the disintegration of gene vitality is finalized, and the assimilation procedure will commence shortly. Before Duan can even ascertain what intarnation is transpiring, an intolerable agony courses through his physique as if it is being rent asunder. He shrieks in agony, and then a surge of crimson vitality detonates from his physique. At that precise instant, the transmuted rodents shatter through the partition and make their grand ingress into the vehicle repository. Duan glances at the rodents with his depleted physique, scarcely capable of moving a fraction. He comprehends he's in no state to engage in combat, yet the rodents are not awaiting his recuperation and charge at him immediately. His perception blurs as his eyes commence to close, and his sentience diminishes. Yet, just before the rodents can attain him, Goldie immediately advances and emanates a fiery vitality in order to safeguard his master. The diminutive ball of fur propels itself at the rodents, purging them from the location in no time at all. While Goldie is preoccupied, one of the rodents attempts to sneak upon Dwayne. Yet that's when a projectile impales directly through the overgrown rodent's maw. And naturally, the individual who executed that shot is none other than one of the combatants positioned nearby. One of the combatants swiftly hoists Duan upon their shoulder, while the other provides cover for them, dispatching additional fiends as they maneuver. One combatant inquires of Officer Zia if introducing an outsider into the fortification so rapidly is genuinely a prudent decision, particularly if there's a possibility he could have been savaged by an undead. The female reminds him they cannot simply abandon a survivor out there. They'll isolate and monitor him merely for precaution. Officer Gia then instructs the combatant to return back, and he consents unhesitatingly. Once they withdraw with Duan, the barrier slams downward, leaving these eerie vermin on the opposite side of the barrier. Meanwhile, our diminutive ball of fur is still out there, confronting those rodents and ghouls entirely by itself. The scene then shifts back to that eerie sanctum, where eerie effigies appear to be bestowing Duan some manner of potency. An apparatus display materializes, revealing that there's only one day remaining until the conclusion of the unveiling. Precisely at that instant, Duan commences regaining his senses, though his cranium is still throbbing. Meanwhile, external to the manufactory, it appears like Goldie has managed everything, and he seems to have grown considerably after combating these fiends. Duan awakens lethargic and disoriented, only to discover a striking female aiming a firearm directly at him. She instructs him to remain calm and maneuver slowly, as she has some inquiries for him. The initial thing she desires to know is his identity, and how he's capable of combating ghouls on an equal basis. Duan just maintains his composure and states he cannot respond to that, and in an instant, he's directly behind her. He seizes her firearm, aims it back at her, inquires if she genuinely believes she can halt him thus. That's when the other combatants burst into view, and they cannot credit their own eyes. that a youth attempting to confront a constabulary officer. The mention of constabulary invigorates our protagonist immediately. The female then recalls. She neglected to introduce herself and states she's Jakey, the unit commander of the Martial Constabulary, and her contingent is part of the primary unit. She's the one who rescued him from those bothersome rodents. Then this reptilian visage commences prattling about how they should not have rescued this unappreciative youth. He's vexed because they cared for him for 4 days, and now that he's conscious, he's causing them trouble. Naturally, the mention of 4 days impacts Duan profoundly. Without squandering a moment, he bolts to depart because his sibling might be in peril. Yet the combatants swiftly aim their firearms at him, and Officer Jia calls out for him to halt. She reminds him that the metropolis is teeming with ghouls externally, so it is excessively perilous. She mentions she's observed him combat and believes his capabilities could be genuinely beneficial, and they desire as many combatants they can congregate. Naturally, he flatly declines. Yet precisely then a fiend shatters through the casements, swinging its colossal appendage within the edifice to seize whomever it can. The scholar female is the initial target, yet he leaps before her, halting that colossal appendage directly in its trajectory. He's utterly perplexed by how swiftly he reacted to safeguard her, particularly since he believed he would not be capable of such an action with his Tier 3 nimbleness. Then he perceives his entire physique is surging with vitality. With a resolute shove, he hurls the fiend aside, leaps through the edifice, and clenches his fist to deliver a potent strike. Yet we all comprehend by now that this beast is none other than Gold. Once Duan comprehends this, he halts abruptly in his trajectory and alights directly upon his companion. His furry companion lays him joyfully, and Duan expresses remorse for not recognizing him previously. Then he accesses his characteristic display and is yet again perplexed to discover that there are no alterations to his characteristic tiers. The credits he acquired from dispatching the cosmic body are absent as well. He perceives a novel characteristic known as flawless gene manipulation, which demands an astounding 10,000 advancement credits to enhance. To seek further elucidation, he delves into the advancement matrix apparatus and comprehends it appears different from the last occasion he observed. He inquires of the advancement matrix if the cosmic body and his advancement credits vanish, owing to the matrix itself. The advancement matrix affirms this, stating they've been utilized as resources to activate flawless gene manipulation. Now his genes have surpassed their original value thresholds. Since he surpassed the original thresholds of his characteristic values, it is unsurprising his might and nimbleness have improved, even if they still remain at Tier 3. You observe the thresholds of all mortal genes are immutable, so irrespective of how much you exert, you cannot surpass your physique's thresholds. He personally observed this predicament in his preceding existence. To surpass his own thresholds, an A-class combatant willingly undertook great perils, and ultimately that combatant forfeited his existence because of it. The impediment that obstructs mortal advancement is termed genetic restraints. Now that he can surpass these restraints, it signifies he can improve indefinitely. Naturally, it will still demand a substantial quantity of credits, yet he's confident he can manage that. Subsequently, when he returns to the others at the manufactory of the beast, he leaps down and comforts them that it's merely his companion. He elaborates that it once was rather small and quite endearing. However, it's swelled gigantic from consuming a surplus of undead of late, and it solely assaulted them because it believed they were attempting to injure its guardian. Naturally indeed, Officer Zia deems it absurd that he's harboring a creature as a companion. Our protagonist merely shrugs it off, stating it's a complicated tale, but he'll divulge all details at the opportune moment. At present, however, he indicates they face more pressing matters to address now, such as this vast quantity of reanimated who are advancing towards the facility. Upon detecting the uproar, the troops grow frantic, inquiring how they must handle their present armament. They are unable to confront such a large horde. Duan informs them they must not remain here further. They must relocate now. However, Officer Zia reminds him there's no other viable place to flee, as this facility was the sole sanctuary they discovered. After reconnoitering the vicinity, He then informs them there's an armed forces shelter, approximately 40 kilometers distant, and they can reach that location. Yet Officer Zia reminds him that a vast number of undead lurk outside. They're essentially trapped here. Duan assures her to remain calm, because since this predicament originated due to his actions, he'll divert the ghouls and afford them an opportunity to flee to the depot beyond. He will rejoin them at that spot. She inquires if he's truly venturing solo, cautioning him that it's quite perilous, and she insists on joining him. But he informs her she will merely impede his progress. Furthermore, this group requires her strong direction. With that, he bursts from the facility with his shaggy companion. The remaining individuals fret about him. Anxious, he might face significant peril now, but the law woman displays assurance, stating this fellow is quite serious. He actually possesses some incredibly potent skills. As Duan nears the advancing ghoul legion, he seizes an adjacent stop sign to wheel for combat. Although he has become significantly more powerful, battling such a multitude unarmed would yet prove hazardous. Now equipped, he brandishes the stop sign and slams it upon the railings to lure the undead. As expected, the witless creatures fall right into his clever ploy. Sha, observing from the facility, deems him insane for luring the undead towards himself. She promptly commands all to secure their possessions, because they're departing at once, as they must adhere to their initial strategy. Dwayne grins as he faces his shaggy companion and instructs it to stay behind. He desires to evaluate his prowess and gather numerous precious progression tokens as he is able. The unfortunate creature merely mews, disheartened that it will not participate in the fray. As the undead shamble in his direction, he mulls over how his previous being would have possessed no hope against such a vast number then. But now he senses as if he's been entirely regenerated. After activating his flawless genetic modification trait, he hurls himself at the advancing swarm, keen to seize those valuable progression markers entirely for himself. He wields the stop sign, and predictably so. All the undead within his reach are swiftly decapitated. In an instant, he can sense a discernible surge in his own mind. So he continues to annihilate undead all around it. But then a lesser champion from this onslaught emerges. A rank F initial phase creature. True to its designation, it's the most basic enhanced tier entity. But there's still a huge gap indeed, relative to the rudimentary tier undead. The creature launches an attack at him, yet he evades and responds with a personal strike against it. Unexpectedly, he notices his stop sign deforming upon the collision. This indicates the creature indeed possesses an enhanced power that hardens its hide considerably well. He's not grumbling, because this creature is merely an ideal test subject to gauge the limits of his newfound power. As twilight starts to draw near, Officer Zia is with her small team, muttering to herself how it has been quite some time since he departed, and pondering if he's faring okay. She's certain hell returned to reassemble, but Lizard Face suddenly interjects, questioning why they should await a mere youngster like him. Sia responds firmly she made a solemn pledge, so she will uphold it now. Predictably, Lizard Face then bellows, protesting that everyone witnessed scores of undead charge toward. What chance of survival did he possess if they simply linger here? They will simply end up as ghoul feed themselves. One of the troops advises him to lower his tone now, but he continues ranting eventually. Officer Zia lashes out, ordering him to silence his damn mouth now. She orders Soldier Lee to silence this particular fellow, because if he lures undead to them, they're certainly going to face ruin. But not unexpectedly, Old Soldier Lie somewhat concurs with Lizard Face. He opines they should depart from here forthwith, before they all become an undead feast. He presents a sound argument that they possess no means of verifying if Duan remains among the living, or if he has already fled afar. Moreover, if he does survive and fails to find them present, he will make for the safe haven all by himself. He's highly competent at managing on his own. A weighty quietude descends upon the chamber, because despite his seniority, the elder gentleman's pronouncements resonate deeply. Officer Zia at last concedes, stating she'll venture out to ascertain whether Duan is living if he fails to reappear within 30 minutes. She directs Old Lee to guide everyone towards the bunker. The serviceman is astounded to hear this decree and reminds her it is far too perilous for her to proceed alone. Just as they are debating matters keenly, an undead decides to interrupt their fervent discourse, but ere it can execute anything, Duan smites it with a mighty blow, hurling the ghoul afar. Both gentlewomen beam, delighted to witness his return. Duan expresses regret for his tardiness, clarifying that something transpired en route which detained him. The woman swiftly tells him she's the one who ought to apologize. As a peace officer, she should not have placed him in jeopardy. Duan dismisses it lightly, saying that she rescued him previously, and if not for her actions, had be fertilizing the flora by now. He then delivers the welcome tidings that he's cleared most of the undead, and Goldie will ensure to shepherd them securely to the fortifications. Naturally, Officer Zia is taken aback and queries if he's not accompanying. Duan responds that he must locate his sibling subsequently. Everyone mounts upon Goldie's massive back, journeying towards the strongholds as they depart. Duan contemplates that by the midnight hour, the cataclysm will culminate and numerous awakened ghouls will materialize. Although Goldie should attain F class shortly, it has not yet manifested its abilities and still grapples against undead possessing powers. Dwayne sprints through the metropolis at divine velocity, desperate to discover his sister, when he ultimately arrives at their edifice. It's an utter disarray, completely devastated. He ponders if the armed forces had passed through this location. Agitatedly, he retrieves his communication device, bellowing into it, summoning Zinui. But there is no answer. His heart pounds, and trepidation seizes him ever more fiercely. As he charges further into the structure, he apprehends that the military is likely too occupied erecting sanctuaries, currently to contend with ghouls. That signifies the bedlam must be wrought by miscreants, exploiting the turmoil to perpetrate their nefarious deeds. When he finally reaches their dwelling, all that remains is wreckage within her chamber. He spies her mobility aid resting on the ground, alongside a photograph of the two of them combined. Observing that something fractures inside Duan, he enters complete deity state, prepared to dismantle anyone who dared interfere with his sibling. The vista transitions to a somber setting, where ghouls are getting punctured in the cranium by a cadre of hired guns. Despite their utmost endeavors, the fiends just will not remain subdued, mounting an unyielding resistance. While a pair of the henchmen are occupied with the undead, the viewpoint shifts to their despicable commander, who is dallying with Duan's sister. He grasps her jaw with a conceited smirk, telling her not to fret because individuals will arrive to liberate them shortly. Naturally, Jinhue articulates some patent verity, inquiring of the ruffian why he's performing all of this, when they ought to be collaborating to vanquish the ghouls collectively. The fellow just guffaws, a broad grin spreading across his visage. He states he lacks the altruism to immolate himself, and that now is the occasion to be more egocentric. At that precise juncture, we observe Duan in the firmament, and he comes plummeting from the heavens like a veritable meteor. As soon as he beholds his sister within, he squanders no moments. He seizes one of the thugs and hurls him from the transport with ease. The other ruffian directs his firearm at Dwayne, but he encounters the identical destiny as his comrade, getting flung aside like yesterday's refuse. Shinyu is rendered speechless at the spectacle of her formidable brother. In the meantime, the chieftain of the goons commences yelling, menacing Dwayne that if he advances any nearer, he'll slit her throat with the blade in his grasp. But of course, Duan isn't present to tolerate any nonsense. He just propels a kick at the scoundrel's hand, compelling him to whimper in agony. Then elevating the blackguard into the atmosphere, Duan bestows upon him a lethal stare, while the ruffian attempts to vaunt about his family's military affiliations. Astonishingly, our champion discerns that this thug's kinsman, Guang Zhonghua, is within the armed services. Even more remarkably, he realizes that this thug's designation is Guan Zhelong. Zhelong is bewildered and inquires how Duan possesses such knowledge. But our protagonist does not reply. Instead, he suspends Jialong directly above the ravenous undead below, who are avidly anticipating him to release the ruffian to the earth. At last, the blackguard commences to offer apologies, stating he's regretful, but Duan is not captivated by that. Just then, aerial vehicles materialize on the scene, and the thug's countenance illuminates at the vision of his reinforcements. Nevertheless, his elation diminishes when Duan simply hurls him downward for the ghouls to consume him. When the servicemen in the helicopters perceive that the individual they came to extricate is deceased, they opt to communicate with their superior officer, who is known by the appellation Guan. They convey to him that Jilung perished before they could materialize. One trooper contributes that The actual perpetrator is a youthful man positioned right there, and he requests directives concerning what they should undertake next. Not unexpectedly, the commander instructs them to just eliminate them all. The brawny serviceman swiftly apprises his comrade that their quarry is directly before them, and the helicopter rapidly diminishes the interval. Soldiers initiate firing upon Dwayne, and he endeavors his utmost to flee for his existence. The troopers even discharge a rocket launcher at him, but Duan contrives to dart inside the structure, swiftly making his passage into one of the chambers. He instructs his sister to remain there, vowing that he'll manage the servicemen and eradicate them permanently. XINU implores him earnestly, beseeching him to return unharmed. Duan reassures her, stating this instance he'll reappear as swiftly as feasible. With that declaration, he hastens back externally, evading projectiles as the helicopters unleash fire down upon it. There are merely 30 minutes remaining before the subsequent undead wave impacts. As the fusillade persists, the disturbance has attracted additional ghouls who commence to congregate around. But Duan, with divine fortitude, seizes a cabinet he was concealed behind and hurls it so forcefully that it annihilates all ghouls in its trajectory, leaving no single entity upright. The trooper inside the helicopter gazes in utter disbelief, his optics wide agape, wondering if Dwayne is even a mortal being. The fellow positioned in the rear of the helicopter instructs the aviator to locate a tall edifice and lower so he can venture forth, while also commanding them to maintain their barrage. Concurrently, an undead creeps up behind Dwayne, but the hapless creature is obliterated by the torrent of projectiles before it even secures an opportunity to strike. It's almost ludicrous how the bullets cannot graze Dwayne, yet those identical rounds are converting the ghouls into pulverized flesh, leaving naught but gore and fragments behind. Even the servicemen in the helicopter are becoming agitated, perplexed as to how it is remotely feasible for him to evade projectiles from a rotary cannon. The muscular behemoth of a trooper, after alighting upon the loftiest rooftop, at last takes his aim at Duan. He discharges a projectile, and it travels directly through Duan's shoulder. Notwithstanding the impact, Duan contrives to find his passage into another building chamber. The behemoth trooper reports to his unit that Duan is injured, and that the aroma of his blood will entice ghouls. They will be capable of tracking him by observing where the undead amass. In the interim, the behemoth is flabbergasted. He's never failed a shot in his existence, but this occasion he barely nicked his intended mark. It causes him to ponder, how could Dwayne be reacting swiftly enough to sidestep even his most meticulous discharges? Meanwhile, Duan is unceasingly hemorrhaging, and the longer he remains in one location, the more undead congregate around him. Abruptly, someone discharges another rocket-propelled grenade, detonating a part the edifice Duan was concealed within. But just in the nick of time, Goldie arrives to rescue the situation, shielding Duan from the concussive force. The behemoth trooper, on the other side, is losing his composure at the spectacle of such a colossal beast. Dwayne expresses gratitude to his companion, saying he materialized just in time. Now he deliberates what they ought to do, since he possesses no method to attain the helicopter. But his anxieties appear unjustified because precisely at that instant, Goldie sprouts a pair of pinions from its dorsal side. Dwayne leaps onto Goldie's powerful back, and they collide directly into one of the aerial vehicles, removing it from the confrontation. The aviator of the second helicopter is perspiring profusely, as he finds it challenging to accept that this creature can endure the rotary cannon's formidable firepower. Suddenly, Goldie dematerializes, leaving the aviator perplexed. Wondering where it vanished, that's when they perceive Duan inside the very helicopter they are currently occupying. In the interim, the behemoth trooper gets a communication from the ground unit that they located a survivor. Of course, that survivor is Jinyu, Duan's sister, and by the appearance of this sinister scoundrel's face, we all discern what he is contemplating about. Meanwhile, Duan is considering acquainting his sister with Goldie, but his countenance plummets when he observes the behemoth subduing Jinyu to the ground, a massive sniper weapon secured above her cranium. Dun vociferates at the reprobate, while this malevolent varlet smirks with a wicked grin as he inches the muzzle of his sniper armament nearer to her head. Duan implores him to cease, insisting that he's the one they pursue, not her, and he's prepared to capitulate right then. He then directs Goldie to convey his sister someplace secure, while he advances towards the behemoth trooper. Appendages elevated high, his sister entreats him not to jeopardize his existence, but Duan continues progressing forward. His altruistic valor incites the behemoth to smirk. Once hapless Duan is exposed in the open, the other servicemen aim their rocket launchers at him and ready to discharge. And as those projectiles descend directly upon our champion, this scoundrel just sniggers to observe our champion getting condemned. But as the particulate matter settled, we discern that it was the Goldie who absorbed all of the impact in order to safeguard his master. Once the behemoth perceives this, he barks directives to his troopers to remain ever watchful, since that youngster remains among the living. That is when Duan materializes directly behind this scoundrel, with the nimbleness of a swift feline, and strikes him so forcefully that he soars away, while his sibling is also propelled in the ensuing action. It merely required a solitary strike, and the behemoth is veritably drenched in crimson fluid, in a subdued utterance. He instructs his troopers to concentrate their fusillade upon that maid, and they promptly direct their rocket launchers at her. Meanwhile, Duan is endeavoring to outpace those projectiles to seize his sister, and he contrives to catch her just in the crucial instant. And all of the missiles impact him squarely on the back. They both tumble over upon the terrain. And once they cease, Duan is positioned atop his sibling. She gazes at her own hands, realizing they're besmirched with his vital fluid, and observes that he's finally lapsed into unconsciousness. Tears well up within her eyes as she calls out for him, but he does not offer a response. Concurrently, the villain clenches his teeth, enraged that he nearly perished from the collision. He glances backward at his fractured weapon and reflects that, if he hadn't parried that blow in time, he would have been a definite casualty. Meanwhile, Xinyi laments sorrowfully, but she eventually halts her weeping when her brother tells her not to weep, expressing regret for not safeguarding her. Immediately, she comforts him that he need not offer apologies. She feels as though she's merely been an encumbrance to him. He tells her he's so overjoyed to behold her once more, and voices some of that encouraging discourse we've perceived from him so many instances previously. Perseveres inside him with those ultimate pronouncements. He loses consciousness, and Genuya finally succumbs to grief, just as the timepiece chimes midnight. We observe her commence to radiate with vitality, as if she has manifested some abilities of her own. The behemoth trooper mulls over how this youngster is still respiring, even after being struck by so many explosive projectiles. Then he notices the incandescent precipitation and wonders why the blazes it is snow. Well, it appears to be because Genuya has awakened her latent powers. She rises immediately, vowing to shield her brother this instance, since he's perpetually been the one to defend her. The behemoth is astounded to witness this seemingly incapacitated maiden, abruptly standing upon her own feet. Unexpectedly, the maiden commences to conjure glacial formations with her newfound abilities, and she starts immobilizing the trooper instantly. The panorama then shifts to a compound, where a few individuals are surveying the entire metropolis via a detection system. They elucidate that the celestial fragments exhibited a response nearby. To their position, a very potent surge of energy was discharged, affirming that this is the S-rank development known as Absolute Zero. A slender and graceful lady finds this intelligence remarkable, because this emission of energy signifies that they finally possess an S-rank awakened individual joining their company. We also observe a petite maiden with a root vegetable, stating she does not comprehend why the celestial fragments ceased reacting. The larger one rejoins that they will ascertain soon enough, once they arrive at that location. It appears like these gentlewomen are journeying in an airship, and once they ultimately attain the summit, they are utterly flabbergasted to perceive how the entire zone has been solidified by a solitary S-rank combatant. The subsequent vista displays Commander Wong engaging in a strategy contest with an elder gentleman named Liu Yang. Both are military ranking officers, and just as their dialogue intensifies, Guan receives a telephonic communication, and the caller informs him that his troopers were unsuccessful in neutralizing our champion and his sibling naturally. This vexes the commander Guan, because how could those mature troopers are unable even to manage two adolescents? He swiftly rises, telling his comrade Luo that something has arisen and he'll be departing first. But before he ventures out, he counsels Luo not to squander assets erecting fortifications. Instead, he should grant him the prerogative to combat the ghouls with their military might. It's their sole alternative. The elder gentleman reminds his associate that their obligation is to safeguard non-combatants, and if they abandon the non-combatants, then what's the purpose? We also perceive a fellow designated little cow, and the elder gentleman queries if he appears aged. Chow promptly responds to his superior officer, stating he looks as vibrant as a newly harvested cucumber. The elder gentleman tells little cow to cease his adulation and directs him to proceed. Inquire into what Commander Wan was discussing. During the telephonic conversation, the trooper salutes in recognition. The subsequent panorama displays the same petite maiden again, telling the other gentlewoman designated Yin that they are on the verge of alighting. But Yin instructs her to lower them to an appropriate altitude instead. Once the airship lowers considerably, Yin informs the petite maiden rabbit that this altitude is ideal. With that pronouncement, Yin leaps from the airship and glides across the ice to make her descent, eventually alighting upon firm terrain. She looks over and discerns that the maiden has succumbed from excessive self-exertion, which isn't astonishing considering how much power she has expended, so much that the entire vicinity has been frozen entirely. Lady Rabbit's unmanned aerial vehicle appears, and we learn that Xinyui is in fact the 4th S rank awakened individual out of 12 S rank combatants. Rabbit then states that she just verified and does not believe this maiden possesses Absolute Zero, since Absolute Zero was identified at disparate locations. Yin clarifies that since this maiden is an S rank, she is also connected to the celestial body. Thus, this is likely the rationale that they detected this energy fluctuation at two distinct places. With that, the gentlewomen proceed to depart with Shinwei, leaving her sibling behind. Concurrently, we observe that Duan has commenced to shimmer, and a flora of development sprouts directly into his sternum. The tendrils begin to extend throughout the vicinity, and a system advisory discloses that level 1 prerogative has been initiated. The Endeavor God fabrication has commenced, and development will now proceed. I have no inkling what that even signifies, but let's observe what transpires subsequently. These tendrils meander through the environs, and once they locate the ghouls, they affix onto them, extracting a crimson substance from their anatomies. All that crimson fluid flows back towards Duan, and the vitality begins to amass into his cardiac organ, which starts to palpitate faster than ever before. Duan swiftly returns to the development flora to seek some clarifications. He queries the flora what's transpiring, and wonders why he isn't deceased and how he's entirely unharmed. That is when a divine entity sends him a communication, elucidating that he's utilized as one and sole opportunity to undergo the God fabrication endeavor. As a consequence, he's been resuscitated and has awakened his abilities in the undertaking. A system advisory promptly materializes, displaying that all of his attribute values have increased by 1 unit. The system further apprises him that he has now awakened extraordinary abilities, officially becoming an E rank combat. It also discloses that he has awakened an uncommon ability, designated Devouring Fortitude, which is an S rank capability. Perplexed, Duan states he's never encountered this ability, not even in his prior existence, and there isn't even a skill elucidation furnished. The system clarifies that while his individual rank can be elevated, the rank of his ability is immutable. The rank of his ability will dictate the boundary of his progression. Observing his newfound powers, Duan feels assured that he's become one of the initial contingent of awakened individuals who acquired S rank ability after departing the development flora. Duan retrieves his sister's ornamental hair fastener, and he's feeling quite positive that the military has some involvement with Xinyui's vanishment. Subsequently, he's observed sprinting down the thoroughfares attempting to utilize his devour capability, but much to his vexation, the system informs him that the endeavor has been unsuccessful. He pauses for a brief interval, reflecting on what he might be performing incorrectly. That is when he notices a colossal creature charging directly at him. The beast lunges towards him, slamming its massive appendages into the ground with such impetus that the terrain fractures upon the impact. Judging by its might and the hue of the creature's hide, he realizes that this creature likely possesses a prevalent, extraordinary ability known as brutality. The creature charges at him once more, and they engage in a ferocious exchange of fisticuffs. But our champion seizes the beast's appendage and executes an impressive maneuver, displaying agility like the reappearance of a covert operative. He lands a potent kick to the creature's visage, and after delivering a devastating knee impact, the beast collapses to the terrain, distinctly incapacitated for the duration. Without squandering an instant, he extends his appendage and activates his devour capability immediately. This instance it functions, which signifies that his ability only initiates on ghouls that have awakened some manner of power. Abruptly, a variegated energy erupts from the creature, swirling in the atmosphere in that very instant. It zips into Duan, and as he assimilates the vitality, the system discloses that his devour capability has finally been consummated. The system then displays 3 advisories concerning the different hues of energy he just assimilated. The verdant energy aids in his recuperation as he devours the vital essence of the core, while the auric energy devours the genetic nucleus of the core. Since the creature had awakened the genetic nucleus, it is deconstructed and assimilated by the development flora. The system elucidates that the crimson energy represents a 1% segment of the time-related ability, brutality. While Duan readily comprehends the utility of the verdant and auric energies, he does not understand the utility of the crimson energy. Inquisitive, he resolves to investigate it more thoroughly. That is when he realizes that to fully activate the brutality ability, he'll need to devour 99 additional comparable abilities to attain 100%. Duan is astounded by the prospect of unlocking supplementary abilities. In his previous existence, only a chosen few could activate more than one extraordinary ability, and no one possessed more than 2. But now if he can amass more fragments to unlock abilities, he could potentially wield numerous powers, with the genetic constraints amplifying his development potential. The heavens the limit for him. Abruptly, a nearby disturbance diverts him from his contemplations, and a colossal creature bursts onto the vista. Duan instinctively slides backward. There's tremendous power nearing him, yet he cannot identify its origin. Suddenly, then a burst of radiance plummets from the heavens, and it is Goldie interrupting the scene. Beholding his companion causes Duan to grin broadly. Goldie, on the contrary, positions himself defiantly before the colossal fiend, prepared to vanquish it utterly. Dwayne is briefly astonished to find Goldie still living. However, he swiftly refocuses on the immediate situation. Understanding this is not the moment for dwelling on bygone days. He instructs Goldie to step aside, allowing him to handle the fiend personally. Nevertheless, Goldie restrains him now, resolved to confront the massive beast in single combat. Dwayne pauses uncertainly now, cautioning his shaggy comrade the fiend is considerably larger and significantly more threatening ere they could discuss more. The fiend's forbearance eventually erodes, and it bellows and rushes at them. Perceiving no alternative, Duan at last grants Goldie leave to engage. Goldie emits a mighty bellow in response, confronting the fiend directly then. As the conflict involving the pair of colossal altered creatures commences, our shaggy companion attempts to embed its fangs in the fiend. However, the assault appears quite futile, with sheer unadulterated might. The colossal fiend hurls Goldie skyward as if it were refused. Goldie swiftly unfurls its magnificent pinions and assaults the colossal fiend. With reinvigorated savagery, the beast whips its extended, pointed appendage, endeavoring to hit Goldie. Yet our shaggy comrade sidesteps the assault, embedding its fangs deeply in the fiend's appendage and tearing it asunder quite readily. The fiend bellows in extreme torment. However, Goldie swiftly mutes it, setting a mighty paw upon its cranium, establishing clear supremacy above the fiend, amassing potent flames within its jaws. Goldie discharges a tremendous bellow, dispatching a deluge of fire upon the beast. Duan observes with amazement as Goldie exhibits such immense might. It isn't long before he understands. that Goldie has experienced a dual transformation, evolving into a truly powerful entity. As the inferno starts to fully subside, the vista shows Goldie positioned victoriously above this strange Sori, who has been roasted while still living. Duan remains utterly incredulous, understanding he had not foreseen Goldie possessing metamorphosis. In addition to pyrokinetic abilities, Goldie embeds its jaws deep in the fiend's torso and extracts its vital hereditary nucleus. Consuming it instantly, Duan observes with high esteem and commends Goldie for his remarkable dual transformation. However, he swiftly instructs him to return to his initial dimensions, that they might proceed, avoiding undesirable notice from others. Instantaneously, the dreadful shaggy beast reverts to a diminutive. Charming Fluffball Duan additionally directs him to withdraw his pinions and simply appear as an ordinary canine. Goldie mews softly but ultimately adheres to his guardian's directive, diminishing to a far less noticeable stature. Prior to proceeding, Duan engages his unique sensory powers. However, astonishingly, he discovers no indications of living beings in the vicinity. He further observes his sensory radius has expanded greatly since. His sensory proficiency has ascended to tier 5. As they warily scan the immediate environment, Duan discerns a band of remaining people afar off. This small number of survivors appear encircled by a swarm of undead, and Duan's guardianly impulses immediately activate. He swiftly begins sprinting ahead to rescue the remaining people, and the vista then transitions to the rabbit maiden once more. She informs Sister Yun she has reached Central Command now. Once the communication establishes the individual from Central Command inquires regarding the advancement of their current undertaking. Yun swiftly clarifies that the undertaking is proceeding very well. She additionally expounds to her direct superior that they pursued the celestial fragment's unique response. However, upon reaching the location, the response had entirely vanished. Rather, they surprisingly discovered an S-rank combatant there, possessing the rare power of total frigidity. However, she yet remains on the official roster. The superior deems it curious that they've met an S-rank individual that was not on their designated acquisition roster. She directs her subordinates to escort this S-rank person, evolved individual, to Central Command immediately. Consequently, both the Rabbit Maiden and Yun resolve to alter their course. We at last arrive at the current vista, where these hapless troopers are encircled by many undead, striving their utmost to repel the advancing swarm. We additionally discern Chao Shurlang and his silver-tressed comrade, queries him regarding why he's present at all, given that he ought to have remained at Central Command, diligently safeguarding Commander Luo. The officer clarifies that he's present to execute an assignment. However, he was confounded by Commander Guan. Evidently, Commander Guan interfered with Chaos Automobile, so he ended up marooned in this spot. And that is when he located everyone. Chao then turns to the silver-tressed fellow and asks why he's present. The silver-tressed fellow shrugs, stating he doesn't truly comprehend either. He was escorting the academicians back to the sanctuary when a bolt of lightning demolished his vehicle, so they were compelled to abandon it and flee for their very lives. The silver-tressed fellow then states that these academicians are indispensable, since they possess the destiny of humankind in their grasp, so they must absolutely shield them at any expense. He tells Chao to extract the academicians before their ammunition depletes. However, Chao opts against this action, and the silver-tressed fellow reminds him that there is no occasion for emotional displays. Precisely at that juncture, a colossal undead intrudes, and the silver-tressed fellow swiftly tells everyone to regroup and shield the academicians, while he manages this fiend single-handedly. Concurrently, the fiend materializes directly behind Cao and the academicians. However, before it can perform anything great, our champion appears and perforates the fiend and absorbs its awakened capabilities, immediately acquiring another segment of ability brutality. Chao doesn't require much time to realize this is the identical youthful boy Commander Guan desired to be eliminated. When he queries if he's Duan Fei, our champion swiftly retorts, inquiring how Chao knows his designation. The officer poses additional questions, but our champion interrupts him, insisting he respond to his prior query first. He asks Chao if he's under the direction of Guan Zhonghua. The officer swiftly replies that he's actually under Commander Luo. He formally introduces himself as Chao Xiaolong, mentioning that his superior is Luo Yang. He understands that Commander Duan is behind all events. Our champion has endured, and he's cognizant of why Duan is present too. Duan then contemplates his previous existence during the cataclysm, when humankind descended into utter bedlam. Despite the overwhelming adversities, the elderly commander never relinquished saving humankind. From a minuscule sanctuary at the outset to the federal stronghold at the end, he invested everything into preserving the final fragment of untainted land. His deeds kept a glimmer of aspiration alive for humankind's continuation. Chao then discloses that the commander has desired to meet Duan ever since he learned about him. So he's hoping Duan will return with him to the sanctuary. Precisely at that juncture, pandemonium erupts, and through the dispersing obscurity, we perceive these muscular undead with awakened capabilities. The barrier shatters, scattering fragments and filling the area with dense vapor. In the corridor stands an awakened undead looking directly towards them. Duan does not stir and just gazes into the undead's eyes. He tells Chao to proceed inside, stating he'll manage the predicament himself. The captain cautions that it's excessively perilous, but he reassures him confidently. He states that they must concentrate on assisting the injured. Chao has no other alternative, so he concurs. He then directs Goldie to accompany him, but only transform if absolutely indispensable. The undead dispatches its legion towards the MC. He ponders if the awakened undead is genuinely manipulating them. As he annihilates the undead, lightning bolts shoot in his direction, but he evades just in the nick of time, observing that the undead was utilizing other targets as decoys. Our champion realizes that it has already acquired sentience. If this persists, there could soon be Lord and Sovereign ranked undead. While the group attends to the commander's injuries, he discloses that the undead is the one accountable for discharging lightning at their vehicle. He slowly inclines his head upward and asks them why Duan is the sole individual fight. They tell him they won't be of significant aid, even if they attempt to help him. He is the champion Luo desires to enlist. Concurrently, the undead readies another assault, conjuring a lightning sphere and demolishing the rooftop. Rubble flies towards the assembled group. However, Goldie perceives the peril and rushes to rescue them. The team gazes at Goldie in astonishment and wonders if he was the one who shielded them. Apprehensive about being revealed, Goldie starts tumbling and yelping to avert any suspicion. The MC grins as he looks back at him, attempting not to disclose himself. The undead shrieks, summoning another colossal undead into the edifice. The MC pauses for a moment, astonished by the undead's capacity to manipulate other awakened beings. The colossal fiend hurls a massive stone at the group, but the MC reacts with great speed. He leaps onto the stone and strikes the undead with his sharp blade. He puts all of his might behind the assaults. Since he knows that the undead are also evolving rapidly, he delivers the ultimate blow, assimilating the undead's vital energy. After slaying the undead, he acquires a 1% fragment of its brutality ability. He then turns to the awakened undead. Proclaiming it's his turn, the undead attacks with lightning, but he evades it effortlessly and moves much closer. He activates his assimilation skill once more and seizes the undead by its cranium. The undead shrieks in agony as he assimilates its skill. The MC receives a system advisory that he has unlocked the lightning proficiency. After clearing through all the undead, Goldie excitedly dashes towards him. All the survivors also exclaim in amazement at their triumph. Suddenly, one of the learners tells the academician to observe something. He holds the verdant gem in his hand and displays it to the academicians. Since they have witnessed this gem previously, the academician gazes at the gem and tells him that it substantiates his inquiries, since peculiar gems like these have been materializing in undead. Duan gazes at the academicians in bewilderment. Despite their near-fatal encounter, they have immediately reverted to conducting research. Just as he is contemplating, the academician walks towards him and introduces himself as Jiang Tianxin. He expresses gratitude to him for saving his life. The MC is in utter disbelief, since this man was the foremost academician in the world. During his previous existence, he had never encountered someone so significant in person before now. Tianxin is a bit perplexed as he observes the MC not uttering a single word. Concurrently, Duan is still absorbed in deep thought, recalling how Tianxin and his unit, discovered a method to extract energy from fiend nuclei. Thanks to him, genetic remedies were developed, permitting ordinary individuals to awaken and defend themselves in the bleakest of eras. Standing before him at this moment is the man who endowed humankind with the power to combat fiends for tranquility. The academician asks him if he wishes to clasp his hand or not. The MC immediately snaps from his reverie and clasps Tyangson's hand. He apologizes and tells him that he became overly enthusiastic upon meeting him. Tianxin is somewhat astonished that the MC is aware of him. He hears a learner summoning him and tells him they will have a proper conversation subsequently. He observes as the academician hurries to his learners, who are scrutinizing the awakened undead. At the identical moment, the commander approaches Duan and thanks him for rescuing everyone. The MC states he's always delighted to assist and suggests they extract the commander from there as swiftly as feasible, since he requires appropriate medical attention. The commander assures him that someone is already seeking a transport. Suddenly, they hear Tianxin exclaim loudly. He cannot believe that. There's no gem in the undead they're scrutinizing. According to his investigations, all the undead should possess a gem within. A learner scrutinizes the corpulent undead and confirms there's not in the other cadaver either. This makes the academician quite frustrated as he realizes that something's absent in his inquiries. The MC reflects to himself that he must aid the professor in his inquiries without disclosing his past life, since he is the one who assimilated the genetic nuclei inside the undead. He walks over to the professor and asks what's occurring. Tianxin displays a gem to him and clarifies that he needs to comprehend where it originates and how it functions. He gazes at the gem and calls it a genetic nucleus. When queried why he designated it that, Duan nervously clarifies that he's witnessed them previously, and consuming them makes him more potent. The professor nearly loses his composure hearing this, and asks him why he consumed it, since it was contaminated with microbes from the undead. The MC clarifies that after consuming the initial nucleus, he underwent a powerful transformation. The professor is greatly amazed as he realizes that something is suppressing the contagions in Duan, preventing him from transforming into an undead. If they can eliminate or manage the contagion, these nuclei could become safer for utilization. The MC is impressed to observe the professor deducing this much from his supplied information. He tells him that the reason they didn't locate the nuclei within those undead was because he accidentally annihilated them. This signified that the academician's inquiries weren't erroneous. Chen Xin is somewhat impressed by the MC's erudition and asks him if he is also an academician. Duan nervously tells him that he is merely a learner at university. The professor then asks Chao when they are planning to depart, since he is eager to commence his inquiries. He tells him that they have already located a suitable vehicle. A few moments later, we observe them driving a coach through the metropolis. The commander asks Duan if he genuinely acquired his powers after consuming a fiend nucleus. He desires to know if he can also become stronger by consuming a genetic nucleus. Duan affirms it, but cautions that it's perilous since he could become an undead. He advises him to wait until the professor is able to extract unadulterated genetic energy by eliminating the contagions. The commander gazes at the roadway with a neutral mien and apologizes for the inquiry. The MC assures him that he won't have to wait for long. He notices the commander becoming somewhat stressed and asks him if he desires to acquire the powers rapidly. Tao clarifies that Commander Guan has been surreptitiously amassing awakened troopers, while Luo is concentrating on fortifications, potentially placing himself in jeopardy. He desires to acquire powers like him so he can shield Commander Luo. Hearing Luo's designation makes Duan quite irate. He assures him that Luo will never succumb to Captain Guan, regardless of how many troopers he amasses. He had never encountered Guan's designation in his previous existence, so he presumes that he must have been defeated by Luo. Tao tells him that the commander wishes to meet him, to which the MC states that he also desires to meet the commander. Finally, they arrive at the fortification, which is still undergoing fabrication. In merely a few days, the laborers have made significant progress. The MC gazes out the casement at the edifices under fabrication and feels impressed with how much Commander Luo has achieved. As the coach passes some sentinels and heads toward the fortification, Tao clarifies that most of the awakened individuals are following Commander Duan. Commander Luo had the remainder of them assisting with the fabrication. When Duan and Goldie disembark the coach to inspect the work, a maiden shouts at them from behind and tells them to move. She has lost control of her velocipede and is driving straight towards them. Duan calmly halts the velocipede with a single hand, causing the maiden to fly off while she's in midair shrieking. He catches her with great ease. She's astounded as he asks if she's unharmed. She swiftly offers apologies, but the MC reassures her that everything is quite alright. Chow walks up to them and asks the maiden Ling what she's doing in this location. She appears quite confused, stating she believed the captain had perished because Commander Luo couldn't establish contact with him. Chow karate strikes the maiden on her cranium and orders her to respond to the question. She tells him that she is awaiting the survivors' arrival. As the survivors materialize, he orders Ling to take Deijian to the medics for medical care and show the academicians to the laboratory. He then looks at the MC and tells him that he should repose. While he reports everything to Captain Luo, he states that he will arrange a meeting with him shortly. Before departing, he also advises him to be quite cautious, as Captain Guan wields a lot of influence here, and Duan isn't on amicable terms with him. He tells him not to perform anything reckless until he meets with Captain Luo. The MC realizes that it's wisest to avoid intersecting paths with Duan for now and to concentrate on meeting with Captain Luo, as his assets could aid in locating his sister. Over a public address system, Ling instructs the survivors to form a queue for a health examination, warning that anyone contaminated won't be permitted entry. Some survivors are not pleased with the stringent regulations, but she clarifies that security is the utmost priority. They also need to complete documentation before proceeding. Duan completes his own form, and opines Commander Luo is managing affairs judiciously. He comprehends how dire situations can become when security protocols are disregarded. As individuals converse amongst themselves, Ling requests them to accompany her. They traverse through the screening zone, where a maiden examines all the documents. When she inspects the MC's document, she's astonished to observe his designation and inquires if he's genuinely Duan Fei. He fails to identify her, yet Goldie yelps, recalling to him that they've encountered previously. She presents herself as Ling Wenwen and clarifies that he lately rescued her contingent. He grins astonished. She's currently a member of the healing unit. They concisely discuss Xia Ke, and Ling notes that although Xia is more potent than her, she's been encountering some difficulties recently. As the pair converse, the individuals in queue become restless. Duan resolves to proceed and leaves Goldie remain because he might be harboring a contagion. Ling is somewhat astonished to observe him so diminutive and endearing. The MC comforts her that Goldie is quite docile and there is naught to apprehend. She extends an invitation to supper alongside Xia, and he concurs prior to departing for his health evaluation. Following the evaluation, the physician instructs him to await his findings in the anteroom. Shortly, numerous troopers bearing armaments enter and commence inspecting all present. They summon a fellow designated Wang Dezhong. The fellow replies and inquires if something is amiss. Ere he can utter a word, a pair of troopers seize him, informing him that he is contaminated and he must enter isolation. Wang attempts to dispute, yet the officer asserts this is no venue for trifling. A discernible contagion can be observed expanding about his cervix as he is escorted away by the troopers. The officer then proclaims that all individuals save Wang are approved. Thus they may depart. The MC is somewhat vexed perceiving this, as all commence shunning him owing to apprehension of becoming contaminated. As they all depart now, he gazes at the MC and informs him that he is a significant visitor. In accordance with Commander Luo's directives, he requests him to accompany him to an alternative dwelling. The MC shortly discovers himself seated in his new chamber, gazing upon an image of his sibling. Contemplations regarding her render him agitated. He desires to ascertain her location. Concurrently at that moment, Zuinwei is enduring evaluations and is situated in a containment unit, similar to others in her predicament. A fellow inquires how the evaluations are progressing, and the aide states they've not discovered what they're seeking. Abruptly, there is a rap upon Duan's portal. He cannot discern who it is, Ling Wenwen materializes alongside Goldie, recalling to him regarding supper and resolving to collect him immediately. She proposes to escort him to a refectory. Appreciative, he lifts his companion and expresses gratitude, apprehending precisely how famished he is. As they stroll outside, he remarks that he failed to identify her in that attire, and Ling chuckles, stating she had donned her informal garments. She additionally informs him that Xia could be in the refectory, and states that they ought to astonish her. Duan concurs now, yet inquires if Xia is in peril as she earlier informed him so. Ling clarifies that Commander Guan's associates have been vexing Xia since the moment she manifested she declined, yet they've not ceased importuning her. Perceiving Guan's designation renders the MC enraged. He's exasperated now that he is endeavoring to seize command of all the manifested individuals. He senses that he must undertake action concerning it. Elsewise, Commander Luo will be in peril. Precisely then an alarm blares loudly, proclaiming an altercation in the tertiary level refectory. Additional support is required. The MC is bewildered, thus inquires what's transpired. Wenwen surmises it's concerning Jia once more, and this is the tertiary instance they have activated an alert. The MC promptly proceeds to the refectory, instructing Wenwen to escort him thither. Within the grand refectory, one of Commander Guan's operatives attempts to persuade Jia to unite with them, vowing she'll obtain whatever she desires. Weary of the coercion, she offers regrets and rises, stating she will not concur regardless of circumstance. She disapproves of Guan's stratagems and instructs them to depart. One of the fellows obstructs her passage, requesting her to reconsider it now. She irately demanded the fellow to release her, yet the fellow asserts they desire not to serve beneath Commander Luo eternally. The fellow informs her that his aptitudes require a fitting milieu to flourish. He desires not to labor beneath Luo, and merely assist in the fabrication of the sanctuary. This incenses her further still. She promptly employs her psychokinesis to cause the ground to quiver. Guan's operatives recoil swiftly. They are fearful, yet awed by her abilities concurrently. One of them ignites an inferno, stating she's not the sole individual possessing capabilities. Astern him, another fellow unveils his faculty of psychic alteration. The F-rank pyrokinetic charges in and attempts to assault her. Xia apprehends that both of the fellows are manifest ere the assault can attain her. It is thwarted by Duan. Both the fellow and Xia are astonished upon beholding him. He gazes at the fellow and informs him that he did not anticipate encountering him thusly. One of Guan's principal operatives is not pleased to behold him and states they must impart a lesson for his meddling. The pyrokinetic voices his genuine sentiments concerning the MC and readies a subsequent assault. He requests the stout metallic fellow to restrain him. The corpulent one rushes at Duang, assured that he will not manage to breach his fortifications. As the fellow rushes towards him, the MC ponders if he can employ his faculty to consume incantations on mortals. Yet he swiftly apprehends that if he commences slaying, he might be expelled from here, and that is a circumstance he assuredly desires to prevent. He comprehends that. He merely requires roughly 30% of his might to manage the metallic fellow. He strikes the fellow so forcefully his plating fractures, and he's propelled soaring into a barrier, obliterating all in his trajectory. The pyrokinetic operative is dumbfounded, yet ere he can respond, the MC looms above him with a dreadful countenance. He inquires of the fellow why he selected Guan Zhonghua. The fellow concedes that he erred, and collapses upon his knees to implore for clemency. Rather than uttering a sound, the MC strikes him in the abdomen. Shaka, observing from the periphery, is astonished that Duan vanquished both manifested combatants with merely a pair of blows as the duo sprawled on the ground. The MC advances upon their chieftain, who cautions him not to approach nearer, since he's an immediate underling of Commander Guan. The chieftain menaces him now, and admonishes him not to meddle in others' affairs. Nevertheless, our champion is unconcerned. He seizes the fellow by his visage. Staring him in the orbs, the fellow quakes and attempts to articulate. Yet Xia, Ku intervenes now. She informs him that the fellow will perish if he persists restraining him thusly, and should that transpire, he could face severe repercussions. Duan apprehends she is correct and flings the underling to the ground. Concurrently, A contingent of troopers materializes to encircle and apprehend all implicated. The chieftain commands the troopers to encircle the agitators. The troopers promptly encircle the contingent. The fellow inquires how they presume to lift a hand against an authority, and commands the troopers to apprehend Duan and Shaka. Rather than capitulating, our champion kindles his assimilation inferno, gazing them directly in their orbs, and inquires if they genuinely possess the audacity to perform. The fellow cautions him that they represent jurisprudence here, and he'll be ejected from the sanctuary should he oppose. He elevates his appendage, and inquires if he is additionally laboring beneath Commander Guan. Xia pacifies him, and informs him that his deeds could prove detrimental for Commander Luo. The MC hesitantly inclines his cranium and resigns to his destiny. The chieftain commands that he and Xia could be manacled and confined in distinct cells. They're escorted off. Duan requests her to seek a maiden designated Shinya, his own sibling. She inquires if he failed to arrive at the sanctuary with his sibling. He discloses that he misplaced her owing to Commander Wong, and he cannot ascertain where they are confining her. She had manifested her paranormal faculty, and he was surmising that they could have transported her hither. To labor for Guan upon perceiving this. A multitude of survivors congregates in the refectory, murmuring about how the MC contrived to vanquish two manifested combatants. So effortlessly the troopers escort him to a confinement cell, while Xia Ku is dispatched to the infirmary. As he traverses a lengthy flight of stairs, he ponders if his sibling ended up in this sanctuary after manifest. He suspects she either became Guan's underling or was incarcerated, and he's resolved to ascertain the truth. When they attain the chamber, it's evident it's a savage location. Besmirched with gore, the detainees are prepared to impart a lesson to him. Their chieftain Qian commands them to ensure Duan comprehends that defying him will culminate in demise, and no one will ever recall him. The MC effortlessly shatters his restraints. He desires not to squander his precious moments in a locale like this, since he cannot perceive his sibling anywhere. The fellows assault him, yet he readily evades and parries their maneuvers. He apprehends he's at a disadvantage and resolves to combat more tactically. Employing acrobatic maneuvers, he gyrates and kicks them all concurrently. Qian cannot believe Duan is neutralizing 6 of his finest combatants. Apprehending he's next in line, he retrieves a phial containing the vital fluid of an undead. He cautions him that his operatives will infuse the liquid into Ling Wan should any misfortune befall him. This merely incenses the MC further. Precisely then, Captain Cao materializes in the subterranean level. Qian gazes at the captain in astonishment and inquires why he's present. Cao informs him that he received intelligence of him persecuting ordinary civilians and apprises him that it is exceedingly illicit. Qian agitatedly indicates the unconscious fellows behind him and informs him that his operatives were the ones who sustained injuries. Unfortunately for him, Tao discerns the vial in his grasp and inquires why he is holding such a perilous substance. Bro commences fabricating justifications, endeavoring to vindicate himself, yet it scarcely makes any logical sense. Chao requests him to recount all of those justifications to Commander Luo and states that even Guan will be unable to rescue him this instance. The fellow starts uttering menaces as he gets dragged externally by the troopers. Chao turns to the MC and voices his alleviation for arriving punctually. Duan grins and inquires if he genuinely believes that he is in any jeopardy. Captain Chao informs him that he was more apprehensive concerning them because they did not require additional corpses accumulate. The MC then requests a favor from him, yet ere he can disclose what it is, Chao interjects and discloses that he already comprehends what he desires. He informs him that they must depart from his current location first, since it reeks considerably as they proceed to the elevator. The MC inquires where they are journeying. The captain preserves the intrigue and states that he'll ascertain shortly. When they enter a chamber, Duan is utterly astonished. It's Commander Luo's personal office. Dumbfounded, he salutes Commander Luo. He reciprocates the salutation and dispenses with pleasantries. Inviting him to be seated, Duan inquires why he's been summoned. In his previous existence, he had solely beheld effigies of Captain Luo, yet now he's seated with him. Luo clarifies that he comprehends why the MC journeyed to the sanctuary. Guan dispatched assassins after him and his sibling, and now his sibling is absent. The MC is astonished Luo comprehends his narrative, yet he remains resolved to exact his retribution. Luo shares that during the cataclysm, he and Guan were both in the armed forces. Yet Guan valued authority and affluence more. He comprehends Guan desires to usurp the sanctuary, and it's his obligation to thwart him. Duan inquires if he genuinely desires to combat Guan. He affirms his intentions to combat him, yet discloses that they are not in a favorable posture and require his aid. The MC inquires about Guan's formidable strength. The commander clarifies that Guan commands roughly half the military and has surreptitiously enlisted around 100 manifested individuals, while they possess merely 20. Guan perceives an opportunity since Luo still commands the laboratory. Guan is not intrigued by the laboratory, since it does not directly contribute to combat. The MC discloses that ordinary individuals can manifest, which is astonishing to perceive for the commander. He clarifies that individuals can acquire origin armaments, fabricated from a unique substance discovered in undead. Genetic nuclei, this potent armament could aid them not solely combat Guan, yet also defend the sanctuary with elation. Luo slams the table, inquiring if he is serious. Duan inscribes something down now, clarifying that it's the fundamental concept for fabricating an origin armament. Luo peruses it in utter disbelief, apprehending it could be the crucial element to rescuing humankind. He expresses gratitude to the MC, who dismisses it as his obligation. He is alleviated that Luo did not inquire how he knew all this, as it permitted him to preserve his secret. He then retrieves an image of his sibling and requests Luo's aid in locating her. The commander examines the image and informs him that matters are not so straightforward with his sibling. He displays a video to him. The video displays some surveillance recordings from when she vanished. After observing, the MC is utterly horrified. Luo clarifies that while he initially suspected Guan, he now believes his sibling was abducted by an unidentified organization. Duan is bewildered since he suspected Guan of his sibling's disappearance. He ponders what type of organization could have abducted her. He starts contemplating other possibilities, perhaps an alternative sanctuary, or even the enigmatic woman who materialized there. Luo interrupts his deep thoughts, summoning him back to the current moment. He inquires if he is unharmed, and the MC informs him that he is fine. The commander comforts him and vows to aid in locating his sibling. As long as he remains among the living, the MC expresses gratitude, yet cannot cease pondering now why it must be his sibling who was abducted. The captain then retrieves a container and informs him that he possesses another concealed advantage up his sleeve that could permit him to vanquish Guan without even employing the genetic armament. He hands him the container, which is somewhat astonishing for him. When Duan opens it, he discovers solely a black polyhedron. Inquisitive, he asks what it is. The commander snaps his digits, and the polyhedron transforms into a viscous liquid. It starts enveloping the commander's appendage like new integument, until his appendage is entirely covered by this new substance. The captain dons the new armor and clarifies that it is a relic from primeval deities who had vanished from their realm. In ancient narratives and folklore, the deities fabricated the cosmos and humankind. They were potent entities with the faculty to alter the cosmos and shift the vast oceans. Artifacts such as these are the testament to the existence of those beings. They contain erudition and the essence of those entities, which surpasses what humankind can presently comprehend. Following a year of unceasing investigations, humankind discovered that all of those artifacts had been concealed in a single location. It was designated the relic chamber of the primeval deities. This minuscule polyhedron, the captain states, is the panoply of a celestial deity. Duan is astonished, apprehending that ancient folklore and narratives might be factual. He asks the captain where the relic chamber might be located. The captain discloses that he has kept the ruins confidential for 40 years to safeguard them. He informs him that the relic chamber is directly beneath the sanctuary. This renders the MC even more astonished, and he rises from his chair He asks the commander if there are additional relics. Yet Luo informs him that he possesses solely one, and that excavating more without harming the ruins is challenging. Currently, only the initial level of the ruins is accessible, yet soon they will unlock the subsequent level. In Duan's previous existence, he knew that unlocking the subsequent level was crucial to vanquishing Guan. The captain hopes that the MC will assist with excavating the ruins. As a recompense, he can select any relic from the chamber. The MC concurs now, yet informs him that he also requires his aid in locating his sibling. The captain concurs, and they plan to discuss more concerning the sanctuary's destiny. Concurrently, Tao, who has been awaiting externally, yawns as the meeting extends longer than anticipated. Duan apologizes to him for the protraction and states that he became too engrossed in their conversation to notice the time elapsing. Chow chuckles and informs him that it is all perfectly fine, since the pair of them seem to have reached an accord. As they walk to the elevator, he proposes to escort him back, yet he insists on proceeding alone and tells him to repose for a while. At the identical moment, the commander contacts Professor Zhang to display something to him. The professor informs him that he is somewhat occupied, since a youthful man designated Duan has motivated him to perform more inquiries. He requests the commander to articulate what he desires him to observe. The commander informs him that there is no urgency, since the man he mentioned was the one who gave him the artifact. The commander informs him that he never believed that the pair of them would require counsel from a youthful man like Duan. However, he cannot envision himself opposing Guan and the Cataclysm without his assistance leaving the edifice. Duan notices Goldie, his canine, running towards him as he greets the canine. Shay and Wen also materialize, seeing him out of the confinement. Shay asks him if he is unharmed. He informs her that he is fine and asks her how she is feeling. She shares that after she was apprehended, Commander Luo promptly dispatched individuals to rescue her. She also inspected the registries. Yet, XINU's designation is not on the roster of manifested ones, which disappoints Duan, desiring to alleviate the atmosphere. He suggests they go partake in sustenance and converse. Concurrently, Commander Guan learns that the MC has arrived at the sanctuary, and it renders him quite furious. He suspects that Commander Luo has enlisted him as an associate. Enraged, he commands his operatives to continue enlisting manifested ones and bolster their own forces. With a furious countenance, he reflects to himself that he is unconcerned what Commander Luo has in reserve. He believes that he cannot be vanquished, regardless of what the commander endeavors. Luo has consistently eclipsed him for the past 30 years, yet now he believes it is his juncture to ascend. Elsewhere, a sentinel reports for his assigned duty, alleviated to be liberated from responsibility. He asks his colleague if anything has transpired during his vigil, yet the other sentinel comforts him that all is tranquil. Beneath Commander Luo's stewardship, he feels secure nevertheless. The other fellow informs him that they still must remain vigilant. Abruptly, he congeals in apprehension and starts to quiver, as he informs him that there are numerous undead nearby. The other sentinel gazes at him in horror, and an alarm commences blaring throughout the edifice. The voice over the communication system instructs non-combatants to seek sanctuary. Everyone is bewildered and commences to scurry about, attempting to comprehend the alarm. The sentinel urges them not to succumb to panic and tells them to return to their chambers. Chow bursts into the commander's chamber, stating they face a grave predicament. The commander has already perceived the commotion externally and desires to know what's transpiring. He reports that a large contingent of undead is nearing from 15 kilometers away and will attain their stronghold in 2 hours. The commander promptly asks how many undead there are. After a brief pause, he estimates around 10,000. The commander feels terrified upon perceiving this. Their stronghold is still under fabrication and not prepared to confront such a large number of undead. He promptly contacts his amanuensis on the telephone and orders him to summon Commander Guan. When Guan responds, the commander informs him about the predicament. Guan already comprehends that if 10,000 undead attain the sanctuary, it will be overrun in mere minutes. He believes his manifested squadron is the sole one that can manage it. Guan offers military assistance, yet has a single stipulation. He desires all of Luo's military authorities transferred in. Luo feels tense and apprehends that even in this life or death predicament, Guan is endeavoring to acquire authority. He states that in the Cataclysm, solely those with absolute authority can reign as sovereign. He offers him the security of his sanctuary and the individuals within, in exchange for all of his authority. With the timepiece ticking, the commander is compelled to make a decision. He cannot permit the sanctuary to be annihilated. Thus, he hesitantly concurs to his stipulation if he aids in rescuing the sanctuary. Tao is utterly horrified and asks him why he would concur to transfer his authorities. The commander replies that they have no alternative and must request Guan's aid now. When existences are at stake, he instructs him to amass the troopers. He was excessively close to comprehending it all. Yet the undead assault transpired at the most inopportune moment. At the identical moment, Guan commands his forces to concentrate all their might on the front lines against the advancing undead. He informs the captain that he desires not his sanctuary to be harmed. He also desires to exhibit his might before Luo. As all the troopers congregate in the hall, they discuss their prospects and apprehend that Guan's manifested squadron might be able to assist. Commander Luo steps forward and all the troopers fall silent. He proclaims that they all may have perceived the undead nearing their sanctuary. He tells them not to fret or be apprehensive. They will shield their abode at any expense. 2/3 of their forces have proceeded to the front lines, and Guan's squadron is also prepared to combat, even if it costs them their very existences. The commander emphasizes that those who remain behind must defend the encampment and guard every single ingress, as they're the ultimate line of defense. He hopes everyone can set aside their disparities and give their utmost. Concurrently, individuals in the sanctuary are scurrying about in panic. Duan emerges from his chamber, unable to slumber owing to the commotion. Chao rushes towards him, clarifying that 10,000 undead are assaulting the sanctuary and that Luo has requested Duan's aid. He discloses now, but the commander has concurred to relinquish his military authority after they defend the sanctuary. Considering his history with Guan, the commander was apprehensive that he might get harmed. After the authorities shift, thus, he instructed him to conceal him for now. Duan is incensed about the commander relinquishing his authorities, while a wave of undead nears. He insists on meeting with Luo, yet Chao informs him that he has proceeded to lead the troopers. On the front lines, he states that he also must attain the front lines shortly, and hands him a chart displaying the egress route. While sprinting fast, he comforts him that he will make provisions for the security of Sia, and when one thus he need not fret. The MC endeavors to halt him, yet the captain departs in great haste. He is perplexed concerning why the undead wave is transpiring presently, as it was anticipated to materialize a month subsequently. In his prior existence previously, it was 500,000 undead, yet at this juncture of the sanctuary, it is challenging for them to combat even 10,000. He gazes at the chart and contemplates what to perform externally. The metropolis is teeming with thousands of undead, nearing the sanctuary witlessly. Combat aerial vehicles are already in the vicinity. From above, all they can perceive are the incandescent orbs of the undead, and it is a dreadful spectacle. One of the aviators reports that the advance contingent has attained its destination. They receive the directive to commence the battle. Armored vehicles begin firing upon the undead. Concentrating their firepower, the operators comprehend they must decelerate them and prevent the undead from breaching their defensive lines. At any expense, the helicopter starts launching projectiles on the thoroughfares, igniting everything ablaze. Despite some undead perishing, there are still too many remaining. A trooper reports they're running short on ammunition, and the chieftain succumbs to panic. He agitatedly starts summoning reinforcements, since their contingent isn't potent enough to repel the wave of undead. The undead continue advancing forward while engulfed in flames. He summons on the radio that the advance contingent lacks sufficient firepower to keep the wave of undead at bay. The colossal horde of undead rushes towards the troopers. They all inquire of the chieftain what his strategy is. He adopts a resolute countenance and informs them that they should amass everyone and retaliate. They cannot permit the undead to attain their comrades and kin while endeavoring to repel the undead. One of them contrives to evade the projectiles and leaps atop the chieftain. As he gazes at the undead, He ponders if this is the culmination for him. Abruptly, the undead is struck with immense firepower. It is disclosed that the manifested combatants under Guan's authority have materialized now. They inform the troopers that they will be assuming command from this juncture. The military relinquishes command. Without any hesitation, the manifested contingent is elated to finally be in a genuine battle. Their chieftain commands the group to assault the undead, and they all charge at them collectively. They endeavor now, giving it their utmost as they desire not to disgrace their commander. The manifested combatants and the undead collide in a dreadful battle. As the combatants engage the undead, the troopers observe in astonishment. They cannot believe how these combatants can slay the undead so effortlessly now. It is evident that the disparity between their strengths is astronomical. The manifested trooper grins as he slays the undead, stating that it is akin to crushing minuscule insects. However, in his boasting, he loses his concentration and an undead creeps behind him. His chieftain shrieks at him to look behind. He turns in apprehension, yet is too late. The undead cleaves him in twain. The undead appears to possess some manner of sharp blades for its appendages. It shrieks loudly after slaying the manifested trooper. It transpires that some undead have manifested abilities as well. With roughly 200 manifested troopers in the army, they start to doubt if they can confront all the undead. The manifested combatants can manage regular undead. Yet with the manifested undead, the undead possess the advantage in sheer numbers. The chieftain starts to ponder what they can perform to triumph. A ferocious battle erupts between the combatants and the colossal undead wave. Concurrently, commanders and high-ranking authorities observe this conflict. From the Sanctuary Ramparts commander, Guan receives a communication from his operatives, who report that 50 manifested combatants have already perished. He commands all the troopers to withdraw immediately. He turns to Luo and states that they cannot simply immolate their manifested combatants for naught. They must withdraw back to the sanctuary to regroup and acquire equipment. The commander comprehends that this is their sole alternative. He asks Chao how much firepower they have remaining. Chao replies that it is not substantial, as they were not prepared for this many undead. Moreover, their advance contingent has already expended numerous resources, endeavoring to repel the undead. Luo comprehends that they must halt the undead ere they attain the sanctuary. He instructs Chao to amass a contingent to deploy mines before the sanctuary. He also must inform Sia to guide the civilians to safety. If indispensable, they can initiate their ultimate defense and seal the air raid sanctuary. Cao salutes the commander and hurries to execute the directive. Luo also commands the remainder of the captains to defend their designated positions. Guan perceives this and reflects to himself that Luo can still command his forces in a desperate scenario. This renders him somewhat impressed by him. As 20 minutes elapse in silence, a large detonation abruptly erupts in the distance, signifying that the undead wave has triggered the deployed mines. This is the signal for the armaments to commence firing once more, and additional projectiles launch into the detonation zone, causing several more detonations. Guan cautions Luo that their firepower will not repel the undead much longer. He informs him that they have no alternative but to concede humankind's defeat. However, our champion Luo is not going to relinquish this easily. He still believes that they can persevere. Guan starts to panic and requests him to cease his ostentation. He tells him to accompany him and unite with the manifested undead. Collectively, they may possess a chance to return shortly. He opines that they can no longer defend the sanctuary and informs Luo that it is utterly hopeless. Abruptly, alarm sounds once more, signifying that strangely formed undead have emerged from subterranean levels, causing panic among the sentinels. The commanders can perceive the undead nearing from below. Chao urges Commander Luo to proceed to the air raid sanctuary, since it is excessively perilous for them to remain there. Luo ponders if even Chao has relinquished all hope. At that juncture, an undead leaps over the ramparts. Astonishing everyone, Seo commands the troopers to shield Luo. It is too late. The undead is soaring directly towards him. Commander Luo has no time to react. Thus he observes as the undead hovers above him. However, ere the undead can attain him, is bisected by an unidentified individual. That individual transpires to be Duan. He apologizes for being tardy, clarifying he was seeking armaments. Luo is astonished and desires to inquire further. Yet the MC interjects him and informs him that he is so untrustworthy, since he already abandoned him after forging an alliance with him. He tells Luo to entrust everything to him and comforts him that naught will befall the sanctuary. While gazing at him, the commander apprehends that hope always accompanies despair. However, he cannot believe that the MHK is planning to combat the undead alone. With Goldie upon his shoulder, our champion is assured that he can repel all the undead. In that particular wave, he leaps off the rampart of the sanctuary and grins at the canine, informing him that it's his turn to exhibit. As soon as he perceives the command, the canine's orbs commence to radiate. In an instant now, Goldie transforms into a colossal fiend with massive talons and rushes at the advancing undead. Individuals on the rampart observe in astonishment. They opine that the MC will get himself slain by leaping off. Abruptly, a colossal vortex of inferno ascends from below as Goldie takes flight. Everyone is dumbfounded, yet they notice Duan riding the fiend. Commander Luo now commences to opine that the MC might genuinely vanquish the wave of undead. While riding the fiendish canine, the MC urges him to proceed at full velocity ahead. In an instant, the pair of them plunge into the multitude of undead, tearing through them like a projectile. The MC dismounts his ride and heads towards the undead. While carrying his sharp blade, he starts slashing through the undead like softened butter. It's a chaotic spectacle as he moves swiftly from one contingent of undead to another, displaying no apprehension. It appears as if he is combating a veritable ocean of undead. He comprehends that he must slay them all in contingents. He soars up in the atmosphere and takes a thorough look at the undead. Just as anticipated, their numbers are utterly unbelievable. He never envisioned himself to be combating such a large contingent of undead, all by himself nevertheless. He comprehends that he must shield the sanctuary for the welfare of his own sibling. He gyrates through the atmosphere, cleaving down everything in his trajectory. Precisely then he encounters an F-grade manifested serpentine undead. He apprehends that there are quite numerous manifested. Undead in the horde, there was no prospect that Guan's manifested. Combatants could confront them by themselves. The fiend starts to exhale inferno towards the MC, yet he evades it. He comprehends that he must halt these undead externally from the sanctuary, since they will wreak havoc once they gain ingress. Resolved to halt it, he soars at the fiend. Yet his blade fractures against its resilient scales. He discards his blade as he apprehends that his regular armaments will not function against this fiend. He must employ his paranormal faculties. As he charges at the fiend, he receives an advisory that he has slain 786 regular undead. The fiend shrieks as Duan engulfs it in violet flames, effortlessly vanquishing it and acquiring 796 evolution points. However, he appears somewhat dissatisfied that he has only slain over 700 undead. He remarks that he has his task delineated for him. He retrieves another sharp blade and continues slashing through the regular undead. He finds it inconvenient to activate the faculty, consuming with his bare appendages. He ponders if infusing his faculty into his armament will possess the identical effect. As he infuses his skill with the armament, it transforms violet. He tested it on the undead and discovers that he can employ the faculty, consuming without even touching an undead, if he utilizes his armament as a conduit. However, it appears like normal armaments will not be able to endure the full might of ability. Consuming his blade does not seem like it can last very long, yet it should hold against the normal undead. Concurrently, Goldie amasses flames and discharges a massive inferno assault, incinerating all the undead in its trajectory. As Duan observes this, he cannot help yet contemplate how efficacious large area assaults are against a colossal number of enemy units. However, it also possesses an evident drawback, that it expends too much spiritual energy. Individuals on the rampart cannot believe he is repelling the undead horde all by himself. From dreadful to optimistic, he commands Cao to gather all the manifested combatants in the sanctuary to aid him. They cannot merely observe while a youthful fellow who just gained ingress to the sanctuary combats their battle. Concurrently, Guan feels somewhat terrified as he observes the MC combat. He apprehends his genuine might and reflects to himself that he will not absolve him. He comprehends he must perform some action, since he cannot simply remain quiescent and await for the MC to exact his retribution upon him. Goldie stands before the undead in his dreadful fiendish form. The undead rush at him concurrently and commence clambering upon him. Abruptly, he erupts into inferno, incinerating the undead that are upon him. Duan turns around and is astonished to perceive him in that form. He recalls that Goldie had to employ that form when combating the colossal Saurian. It appears as if the undead are pushing him to his limits. The canine is furious and discharges a colossal assault. The firepower is so devastating, it can still be distinctly perceived from the sanctuary rampart. The assault creates a massive quantity of destruction, astonishing everyone observing. They can scarcely believe the might of the canine, which appears even more potent than ordnance. As the particulate matter settles, the individuals feel alleviated that this creature is on their side. However, all this explosive might cause him to expend all of his energy. Goldie is now reverted to his normal form. Duan gazes at him and is astonished to notice all the genetic nuclei on the ground. These are from all the undead that Goldie has just vanquished. The canine collapses from utter exhaustion, yet the energy from the gem starts flowing towards him. Goldie is enveloped by a colossal chrysalis filled with energy, signifying that he is undergoing evolution. The MC gazes at him and apprehends that he has assimilated all the energy from the genetic nuclei of the undead. He slew this signifies that the special energy in his anatomy has peaked, and he is on the verge of evolving. However, the energy is also attracting all the undead towards him. It requires time for someone to evolve, and during that interval, they are susceptible to assault. The MC apprehends that his canine is an easy quarry for the undead. He rushes to shield his companion, contemplating how crucial Goldie's powers will be for the battles ahead. The undead wave he is confronting is minuscule compared to the waves he is destined to confront in the future. They may comprise over 100,000 or even 1,000,000 undead. As he gyrates around with his blade, slaying all the undead, he reflects to himself that it's not solely him who must become stronger, yet his companions also must enhance. As the conflict persists, the MC starts to feel fatigue, even though faculty consuming can aid him regain his might and endurance. His psychic fortitude continues to diminish. His canine was anticipated to confront more undead, yet unexpectedly he evolved during the battle. He has already cleansed most of the normal undead, and the ones that remain are the manifested ones. However, he persists in combating. His psychic state might disintegrate. He has confronted a comparable predicament in his prior existence, where he gave his utmost in his ultimate battle and perished as a result. However, he will not relinquish his existence this instance, since he possesses too many things to shield. He burns with a new wave of resolve, as he recalls that his sibling is still awaiting him. He comprehends that he cannot relinquish just presently. He stands quiescent as the manifested undead near him. Ere they can assault, he swiftly cleaves through them, employing his blade. However, he misses one of the undead, which attempts to assault him, employing its talon. Abruptly, a contingent of manifested troopers materializes to aid him, hurling projectiles to halt a colossal undead appendage from assault. Duan is astonished and inquires why they arrive. The maiden grins and informs him that the sanctuary is their abode. Thus, they cannot permit him to combat for it alone. They amass armaments for him to exhibit their esteem and gratitude. The maiden employs her faculty to hurl a cluster of blades in his direction. Duan turns to confront the undead once more and informs the group to conclude this battle collectively. Commander Luo notices that the tide of battle is shifting in their favor. He informs Guan that they have not been vanquished yet. Yet when he turns around to observe his reaction, he notices that the commander is nowhere to be located. One of the troopers informs him that Commander Guan boarded an aerial vehicle and departed a few moments ago. He also discloses that there are exceedingly destructive armaments on that aerial vehicle. This statement strikes Luo, and he cannot believe what Guan is on the verge of performing. As the wave of undead persists, Duan instructs everyone to be vigilant. He tells those without assaulting faculties to remain behind and shield the canine. They organize themselves and the battle commences. One trooper with potent defensive faculties employs his might to repel the undead assaults. Another maiden charges through the multitude, stating she can detonate anything she touches. Duan apprehends that Guan's contingent comprehends their faculties well, permitting them to labor together efficaciously. He tells Jia to remain behind and shield Goldie from everyone else. She concurs, yet notices that he appears psychically exhausted and suggests he take a respite. The MC looks back at her and informs her that he is fine. He tells her that every second is precious presently, thus she need not fret concerning him. He entrusts Goldie to her care. Precisely, then a trooper with the Featherfall faculty nears him. Designating him a champion, he employs his faculty to bolster him. Duan is somewhat astonished perceiving the word champion, yet the fellow informs him that he rescued all of them by materializing. If he hadn't opposed the undead, they might have all perished by now without even comprehending. The MC has become a champion for others. He apprehends what it feels like to bear the trust and anticipations of others. Several individuals stand beneath colossal undead, summoning on the radio for reinforcements. One of them has already relinquished. However, the MC materializes at precisely the right moment to assist them. His orbs shine with resolve as he passes the two combatants and assaults the undead. He desires to assist everyone he can. Dune bisects the massive undead, leaving the troopers in astonishment. They cannot believe he vanquished it with merely one blow. Following that, he lands on the ground and informs them to regroup with the contingent. He instructs them not to get disoriented and to concentrate their firepower. He states that he can manage the front lines. The troopers flee, designating him a champion and telling him to be vigilant. Duan comprehends his psychic state will not endure long. Thus he must conclude this while he still possesses might. The waves of undead keep advancing, and one of them attempts to intimidate him. However, it does not succeed. The MC's gaze alone strikes apprehension into everyone in his trajectory. He cleaves through a horde of undead, slaying 150 of them and one manifested undead, which earns him 500 points. Following this assault, his blade fractures. However, a colossal undead nears him from behind. Despite lacking an armament, he is not going to cease combating. He employs his bare appendages to restrain the colossus. The troopers observe Duan and feel motivated. Their chieftain shrieks at them to assist the champion and alleviate some burden from his troopers. With fewer than 1,000 undead remaining, all the troopers employ their faculties to annihilate the undead. As a contingent, they push forward. Comprehending triumph is near after 15 minutes. An aerial vehicle materializes above the rampart. Luo gazes at it in bewilderment, uncertain of what's transpiring. An aide informs him that Commander Guan is on the communication line. Luo takes the microphone from the trooper and starts conversing with the commander. He commands him to cease what he is performing immediately and return to the sanctuary, with despair in his utterance. Guan states that he may already have surmised what he is on the verge of performing. He informs him that he cannot permit Duan to live or else he will have to perish. Luo shrieks at him and states that he can overlook whatever he performed in the past. Yet, this is excessive. He is going to slay the individual who has shielded everyone with his existence. He advises Guan not to act impetuously and even comforts him that he will apologize to Duan on his behalf. However, the commander isn't prepared to. He furiously informs him that there is no way he will apologize to a brat like him. He believes this is the ideal strategy because if Duan perishes, the sanctuary will become his. He tells Luo to uphold his end of the agreement and relinquish all the military authority to him after all of this is concluded. Luo tells him not to trifle around, since they wouldn't even be alive presently if it were not for Duan. The commander informs him that he is not contemplating correctly. He states that there aren't numerous undead remain, and the MC is feeble combating them all. This signifies that it is the ideal opportunity to eliminate him. He chuckles now and informs him that his manifested combatants can manage him. Concurrently, the troopers observe the aerial vehicle with inquisitiveness, pondering who dispatched it. One of the manifested combatants apprehends its commander Guan. At that juncture, the commander yells for Duan to perish and discharges projectiles at it. The projectiles soar towards the MC at high velocity, and shortly, there is a massive detonation that astonishes everyone. Duan notices the projectiles and is bewildered as to why they are being discharged towards him. He apprehends too late that he cannot evade them. She attempts to halt the projectiles, employing her psychokinesis, yet fails her might cannot control something moving that swiftly. A colossal detonation transpires as the projectiles impact the ground. Luo observes in horror, calling out Duan's designation, apprehending the loss of such a valiant trooper. One of Commander Guan's squadron members is also bewildered and ponders if the commander genuinely slew their champion. The squadron collapses to their knees, feeling hopeless as they opine they cannot vanquish the manifested undead. She refuses to believe that Duan is deceased. She shrieks through the inferno, inquiring of the MC concerning his vow to rescue his sibling. She informs him that he cannot perish in such a locale, since his sibling is still awaiting him. Commander Guan employs his microphone to address the troopers below. He informs everyone that the heroic youthful trooper has perished in battle. However, such immolations are unavoidable during eras of warfare. He tells the troopers that they must rise once more and eliminate the undead, since that is the optimal method to repay the immolation of their champion. He proclaims that he's going to command the battle from this juncture and comforts them that triumph is just around the bend. Chao is incensed, since he comprehends that Commander Guan was the one who assaulted the MC. He turns to Commander Luo and informs him that they cannot simply turn a blind eye to him. Luo informs him that all the combatants in the battle are under the command of Guan, thus there isn't much they can perform. However, he will not forget about the MC this easily. Sia cautions against trusting Commander Guan, asserting he's been endeavoring to slay Duan for a lengthy interval. One of the troopers turns back and informs her that, even if everything she stated is factual, they still cannot perform anything but combat the undead. For now, they exclaim that there's no time for deliberation. And at that juncture, two colossal manifested undead emerge from the inferno. The fiends are ablaze and assault the squadron, yet then they abruptly collapse to the ground. The squadron is bewildered when Duan emerges from the inferno. Bro appears like an entirely different fellow. He discusses Commander Guan and states that he is prepared to absolve him once he ascertains that he did not abduct his sibling and was going to labor together with Commander Luo. However, he employed the innocent existences of those inside the sanctuary to menace Commander Luo into relinquishing him all his authority. Guan observes in horror as he apprehends that his assault was not sufficient to slay him. Duan pulls a blade from the ground and informs Guan that he is to blame for the predicament. As fiends assault him, he swings his blade a few times. Moving past the squadron, the commander starts to panic and vows everyone a promotion if they contrive to slay him. The troopers have already witnessed what he has performed for them. Thus, none of them step forward to halt him. Guan becomes restless and informs the MC that he surely will not manage to persevere. A machine gun, he starts discharging projectiles at him from the aircraft. Yet, Duan evades them, moving swiftly and deflecting the discharges. The subsequent second, he is positioned directly behind the commander inside the aircraft. He inquires if he contemplated his own demise ere he set off to slay him. Guan requests him to calm down and informs him not to follow Luo's directives. He vows to bestow upon him double the advantages that he is acquiring from Luo. He states that everything Luo possesses will be his shortly, thus he should align with him. Duan permits him to conclude and inquires if those are his ultimate words. The commander shrieks for assistance. Yet then the aerial vehicle becomes quiescent. Moments later, Duan lands with a gory blade, while the aerial vehicle catches Inferno and starts to plummet. Guan's ultimate words are for Luo, conceding that he was vanquished once more after descent. The MC expresses gratitude to Sia for rescuing him. She is astonished and inquires how she rescued him. He clarifies that he concealed himself behind two undead and that her healing aided him. She grins and states that it's splendid that he is unharmed. However, it appears as if the battle isn't concluded yet. The MC informs everyone to remain vigilant and not to lower their defenses. He informs the squadron that with Commander Guan deceased, all manifested ones will now serve beneath Commander Luo. The sanctuary will be their new abode. The squadron listens to him in bewilderment as the ultimate contingent of undead nears. The MC attempts analyzing their quantities. There are roughly 1,000 undead remain, which is considerably less than previously. However, most of them are manifested undead. and they possess a colossal numbers advantage. He cannot ascertain how long he can remain combating considering his psychic well-being. Thus, their optimal strategy is to buy time for Goldie. Everyone commences to employ their faculties. Some defend Goldie while others assault. One defender apprehends his protective barrier will not endure much longer. Dwayne notices the squadron is struggling psychically. He combats against manifested undead, comprehending that if they breach through, Goldie in the sanctuary will be in jeopardy. He urges Goldie to awaken swiftly. Precisely then his blade shatters, which is dreadful timing since the manifested undead are closing in. Ere the undead can attain him, someone summons him from behind. It's Zia. She employs her psychokinesis to dispatch him another blade. He seizes it just in time and swiftly annihilates 2 undead. He expresses gratitude for her aid, when abruptly the ground starts to fracture open. Sha informs everyone to obstruct whatever is approaching. A stone man materializes and informs everyone to disperse. Vowing to manage it, Duan is amazed at the stone man's might, yet senses the terrain shifting beneath. He cautions the squadron that the assault isn't concluded. Precisely as he states this, the terrain collapses and a fiend crawls out, reaching for Goldie's protective chrysalis. The MC panics, apprehending that this fiend is on the verge of consuming Goldie, and he shrieks in utter desperation as the fiend ingests the chrysalis that they all combated to shield. Duan, like everyone else present, cannot believe what he perceives. Abruptly, the fiend starts emitting a peculiar sound. One of the manifested ones informs everyone to flee. The fiend howls in agony and is consumed by inferno. Then something utterly unbelievable transpires. The crocodilian fiend grows colossal pinions that belong to Goldie. The fiend continues to expand, and individuals are bewildered concerning what's transpired. Duan feels disoriented and ponders if the fiend assimilated Goldie's powers. He possesses a potent bond with Goldie, who is the closest to him in this realm. Save for Zinui precisely then, Duan perceives Goldie's utterance. A detonation erupts where the fiend was, and the canine's colossal paws impact the ground. The dreadful doggo is back. It appears as if Goldie has usurped the fiend and has become even more potent. Yet Dwayne can scarcely believe his own orbs. Shay is thrilled that Goldie has returned. The MC takes a profound breath, apprehending he nearly succumbed to a deception. Now the advantage is reverted to the individuals, and it's time to vanquish the undead. Dwayne leaps onto Goldie's back and commands the squadron to remain quiescent, since he comprehends they are exhausted. He turns to Goldie, who has now evolved to E-Ray, and states that he should be capable of concluding everything on his own presently. If he had awakened a bit subsequently, he would not have been able to persevere. With that, the pair of them speed past the undead and halt at the appropriate distance from the adversary. Goldie readies to assault, flames ascending in his gullet, and shortly a torrent of inferno engulfs the battlefield. Abruptly, a manifested bovine undead seizes Goldie by the appendage. Goldie turns bewildered, yet he dislikes it. The bovine mutant endeavors its utmost to pull the canine by its appendage. Goldie stands quiescent for a moment, yet then becomes furious, readying a fiery assault that grows more potent by the second. He discharges all his might at the bovine, which endures the assault, yet becomes even more incensed. The bovine charges at Dwayne and Goldie. Orbs blazing with rage, he attempts to ram Goldie with its horns. However, the canine rises upon its hind appendages and pushes back against the bovine, knocking it to the ground. The bovine lies quiescent as they are enveloped by a swarm of undead. Goldie lifts off the ground, flapping his pinions, and hovers above the battlefield, glaring at the fiend below. He amasses energy to launch a massive pyrosphere, causing the squadron to shriek and flee. Apprehending the merciless assault, he discharges a fiery beam from the heavens, engulfing a colossal area and incinerating all the undead. The individuals are terrified, comprehending they could have been caught in the detonation. Following the assault, Goldie pants, and the battlefield is quiescent. All the undead are finally deceased. The squadron exults, celebrating their triumph. They express gratitude to the champion for his endeavors. Shao excitedly informs Commander Luo that they have triumphed thanks to Duan. Luo gazes at the battlefield and reflects to himself that his orbs did not deceive him. He believed in the boy from the very outset. Shao is also impressed by the MC, Dwayne feels appreciative for Goldie's arduous labor and informs him that he can alight. However, he abruptly senses something nearing his way and gyrates around. Arrows soar towards Goldie, piercing through the atmosphere. Time appears to congeal as Duan shrieks in horror. The squadron also apprehends something is amiss. They perceived a ray of radiance soaring towards the champion. Shia informs everyone to remain on high alert, since there may still be undead in the vicinity. Fortunately, Goldie contrived to evade the assault just in time. Averting adire consequence. Duan gazes into the vapor and ponders why there are more undead, since he cannot sense their presence. He commands the canine to slowly descend to the ground. Abruptly, an appendage steps out of the vapor. It's the master of the undead wave, an E-rank adversary with a chiropteran mutation, whose assaults are infused with potent venom. Duan gazes at the undead maiden and cannot believe an overlord rank undead has materialized. After perceiving the undead maiden near, one of the troopers becomes somewhat carried away and informs the MC to repose while he concludes her. The MC attempts to caution him and states that it is not an ordinary undead. The man does not listen and insists she is merely an ordinary undead maiden. He desires to be the one to conclude the battle. The undead maiden stares at him with her crimson orbs, and in merely a single swing, she vanquishes him easily, leaving his gore dripping from her digits. The squadron is astonished upon witnessing this. They couldn't believe that the maiden contrived to conclude him off in a single strike, since he was one of their most potent troopers. They opine that the fellow must have underestimated the adversary and resolved to charge at her collectively. The MC shrieks at them to halt, since she is far beyond their echelon, and they must remain behind. He notices Goldie lying there unresponsive and informs him to repose. He has been envenomed, and any movement could exacerbate. Shia suggests they all remain united. Yet Duan disputes it's excessively perilous, and that nearing her would culminate in certain demise. He asserts he possesses a strategy surprising everyone. His strategy involves his consuming faculty, which he believes will conclude the conflict. He charges at her, opining that Brute might succeed. Yet she does not stir. He swings his blade. Yet she readily obstructs his assault. He is bewildered by her high defense. Precisely as he is contemplating, she counter-assaults. Yet he barely contrives to obstruct her blow. Duan feels overwhelmed by her incredible celerity and might. He opines she isn't even combating at full might. As he persists to combat, his vision starts to become obscured. He comprehends he has attained his limit. He gets a glimpse of the crystal flora, just ere he loses consciousness. He perceives her appendage reaching for him. She seizes him by the cervix and starts to asphyxiate him. Even in this predicament, the MC discovers a way to retaliate and employs his faculty to consume the undead maiden. She senses something is amiss, and violet flames envelop her. She promptly moves back and maintains some distance from the MC. He receives an advisory informing him that his adversary is too potent. Thus, his faculty consuming will only endure for 1 minute. He ponders why this constraint even exists. Comprehending Duan's strategy, the undead maiden elevates her defenses. He comprehends he cannot attain her easily. Thus, he adopts a combat posture. He comprehends that he cannot succumb without a conflict. His strategy is to persist in attempting to get close to her and to seek for an opening. He throws numerous fisticuffs, endeavoring to limit her movement to buy time for faculty consumed. Precisely as the MC opines, she is attempting to evade his assaults. The undead maiden unexpectedly strikes and throws a fisticuff aimed directly at his visage. He is thrown back, yet contrives to halt himself. Frustrated, he desires to vanquish her swiftly, yet struggles to contain her. Abruptly, he is astonished when a maiden summons a swarm of chiropterans, which soar directly towards him. Duan is speechless to perceive all the chiropterans soaring around her thusly. He ponders if the female undead discharged all of them. The chiropterans scatter in all directions, yet aim for Duan. He observes in horror as the undead maiden elevates her appendage, readying to direct the chiropterans. She indicates towards the individuals, and they rush at them. Duan shouts for everyone to defend themselves and to be vigilant of the chiropterans. The battle persists. Yet now the menace originates from the chiropterans instead of undead. Like the undead, the chiropterans assault, draining vital fluid from their casualties. They do not even halt for garments. leaving naught but drained cadavers behind. The undead woman observes mercilessly, and Duan apprehends she assimilates energy through the chiropterans, enhancing her might rapidly. The group of chiropterans soars around in the atmosphere. Duan turns and apprehends that everyone here possesses more energy than regular individuals. He understands that if this persists, they will not triumph. He comprehends he must halt it at any expense. Even though his psyche isn't potent presently, his anatomy feels robust. He runs towards the chiropterans as they come at him, attempting to drain his energy. Duan readies his blade and prepares to assault. All he requires is one favorable opening and a breach in the maiden's defenses. He comprehends he must discover a breach in the maiden's defenses and put all his might into one potent blow. If he performs this, he can alter the battle's consequence. As he gets closer to the maiden, he activates his consuming faculty with a swift swing of his blade. Flames erupt, taking down several chiropterans. The group ponders if he has managed the predicament, since the chiropterans have ceased moving. Inside, the vapor of the MC is frustrated, since the undead maiden is able to react to his assault swiftly. She employs the chiropterans as a shield and assaults Duan with her pinions. He contrives to obstruct her assault and abruptly vanishes from sight, as the undead maiden ponders where he is. She perceives peril and pivots just as he brandishes his blade anew. Nevertheless, she obstructs his strike, fracturing his blade as he combats her. He ponders what he is apprehensive about. He opines he is apprehensive concerning perishing, since the sanctuary might be annihilated subsequently. He ponders why he still desires to persist regardless of what adversities he confronts. He asks himself how he can even contemplate rescuing his sibling, if he cannot even confront this undead. Despite feeling futile, he recalls his resolve not to relinquish, even if it costs him his existence. His orbs shine as he seizes the undead's appendage. Astonishing her, he leaps and hurls her down forcefully. Duan's might has distinctly enhanced. The maiden attempts to perform the identical action he just performed, moving swiftly to evade assaults. He seizes her pinions and subdues her. Sensing something isn't correct, he starts to constrict her cranium. The maiden shrieks in apprehension as he tears off her pinions. Abruptly, Duan feels disparate, as if he's in a conflict with undead, yet also someplace else as he slowly opens his orbs. He leaps up bewildered concerning his environs. He looks around and ponders where the undead have vanished. Astern him, a colossal flora materializes and a spirit starts to descend from it. Duan identifies it as the flora of evolution. He asks where he is and why he's not combat. The spirit informs him that his psyche has disintegrated and he must evolve further to persevere. The MC is bewildered by the response to the flora and asks it again why he is present. He does not comprehend what's transpiring. The spirit abruptly informs him that there is peril and restrains him, employing its roots. He is still combating the undead maiden back on the battlefield. The moment he tears off the maiden's pinions, she charges at him furious and vowing to tear him asunder. He evades her assault and strikes back with all his might, sending her soaring far away. Bewildered and apprehensive, she gets back up. Yet the MC runs at her, striking her forcefully in the cranium without remorse. He appears to be an entirely disparate being, almost as if he is not the one in command. The maiden assaults him with a potent, dark energy that halts him in his trajectory. With a vacant countenance, she gazes into his psyche, perceiving such a drastic alteration. All the manifested combatants observe him in horror. Dwayne stands quiescent, slowly moving his appendage. Abruptly, Sia apprehends that something is amiss. Employing her psychokinesis, she pulls a blade from the ground and dispatches it directly into his grasp. He seizes the blade and strikes the undead. Leaving her bewildered, he doesn't even appear human anymore, merely an automaton executing his mission. He hurls the blade fragments to the ground and promptly leaps back into battle, as if the assault did not affect him. The undead is horrified as Duan's orbs radiate. He makes one ultimate effort, and she notices something peculiar. His injuries are recuperating. The verdant energy from his consuming faculty is restoring him with reinvigorated energy. The MC swings his blade at the maiden with incredible celerity. The maiden opines it's impossible. She cannot sense his human energy anymore. Duan radiates an incredible quantity of pressure, rendering her to apprehend she cannot match his mind. She comprehends that she must escape swiftly. Evading him, she runs as far as she can, readying a faculty to rescue herself. However, our champion isn't going to permit her to depart this easily. He soars towards her, clearing the vapor and crashing into her. He slams her against the barrier, obstructing all avenues of escaping. He pins her sinister appendage with the blade, preventing her from moving. The maiden shrieks and attempts to strike Duan with her dexter appendage, yet he seizes it and pushes her against the barrier. He then pulls his appendage back, almost requesting something. Abruptly, a blade soars and lands in his grasp. The blade was bestowed upon him by Zia. Everyone in the group observes this and praises her for her incredible collaboration. However, she comprehends what genuinely transpired when the MC elevated his appendage. She promptly knew what to perform. It was almost like an unidentified force, compelling him to cooperate with him. Abruptly, Goldie also materializes behind her. She gazes at him with bewilderment and asks if he can also sense that something is amiss with Duan. As the MC seizes the appendage of the undead maiden, he elevates his blade almost as if he is prepared to cleave it off. She gazes at him and reflects to herself that the Duan before her appears like a stranger. She questions what transpired to him. After pinning her to the stone behind her, he thrusts his blade directly into her appendage to secure it down. The undead lady shrieks in utter agony, yet our champion swiftly covers her mouth and activates his assimilation faculty. The assimilation countdown commences, and in 50 seconds, he's set to consume her powers. Everyone observes in awe. Anticipation escalates as the countdown ticks down to 0. Once he assimilates the fiend, he acquires 500 evolution points from vanquishing a level zombie lord, plus an enigmatic energy sphere. Everyone exults as they perceive our champion triumph in this battle, and Commander Luo resolves to meet our champion. They rush over to him, yet ere anyone can attain, he starts to collapse, slipping into unconsciousness. He awakens in his subconscious psyche, where he spots his sibling. The brother is astonished to perceive her standing on her own 2 appendages, yet ere he can catch up to her, tendrils abruptly shoot up from the ground. Gripping his limb tightly, he summons her, informing her to come nearer. Yet she apologizes, stating she cannot perform. She informs him that presently he's not potent enough, yet shall be awaiting the day he finally becomes stronger. With that, he abruptly awakens, in reality drenched in perspiration. Looking around, he apprehends he's in a hospital, though his recollection is still nebulous. The question of whether the undead swarm was annihilated crosses his psyche, yet he resolves to fret about that subsequently. Presently, the more crucial thing is checking the condition of his evolution flora. Once he enters the sanctuary, he's promptly enveloped by a cluster of system windows, all filled with information. It's going to require some time to process it all. Thus, he takes his time, spending a good 30 minutes sorting everything out. When he's finally concluded, he discovers there are 3 major types of acquisitions from the undead swarm. The initial one is assault-based, and he's acquired a whopping 10,000 evolution points this instance around. The subsequent one is related to his assimilate faculty, which has amassed a ton of new faculties. This clarifies why the system had so many advisories. Unfortunately, most of the faculties are low-tier F echelon ones, which aren't exceedingly useful. Plus, there aren't sufficient fragments to awaken them fully just yet. Ultimately, there's this treasure he's never perceived before, designated the energy sphere. The system felicitates him, disclosing he's received a universal faculty fragment. At 20%, this tool can add 20% to the fragments of any faculty. A grin spreads across his visage because with this, he can massively bolster his faculty collecting celerity. He resolves to employ his evolution points first. His might, agility, and scout skills are all at echelon 5, and if he desires to elevate them up, he'll require 1,000 evolution points each. If he desires to upgrade his echelon 3 spirit to echelon 4, he'll require 5,000 evolution points. The system also prompts him, demanding 10,000 points for perfect genetic engineering activation. He resolves to put that on the back burner for presently, and concentrates on enhancing his might and agility, along with bolstering his spirit. Once he's concluded sorting everything out, He logs out of the evolution forest system. As he stands on the rooftop, Officer Zai materializes and designates him champion. She asks what he's performing up there. He informs her not to designate him that. If she just dismisses it, stating that whether he likes it or not, he's the champion of the refugees. And some individuals even designate him the war deity. She then discloses it's been 3 days since the battle, and everyone has been apprehensive concerning him, especially Commander Luo, who has visited him every day. This reminds her of the instance she first encountered him. He expresses gratitude for her being an encumbrance for 3 days, and she accepts his gratitude with a grin. Then she asks if he's planning to depart the refuge already. He replies that he is, desiring to grow stronger and ascertain where his sibling is. The scene then transitions to Commander Luo's office, where our champion steps in and apologizes for vexing him. The elder gentleman asks if he's feeling okay now that he's awake. Our champion confirms that he's recuperated completely. Duan then asks if there's been any advancement on the gene elixir. The elder gentleman informs him that he visited the research laboratory recently, and the gene elixir is almost concluded. They're readying to test it out. Duan just grins at this intelligence, feeling alleviated that he can depart with tranquility of psyche. Commander Luo is astonished when he apprehends that Duan is planning to depart the refuge. Our champion confirms it again, clarifying that since his purpose for arriving here is concluded, he desires to go locate his sibling. He adds that with the gene elixir development nearing conclusion, he believes everyone will assuredly be able to manage whatever challenges arrive their way in the future. The elder gentleman acknowledges this and asks Duan if he requires any aid for his journey. Our champion replies that he plans to go to Chinchuan to seek for his sibling, believing that the rationale behind the undead swarm this instance might be related to that locale. The elder gentleman is astonished and asks if he's contemplated this thoroughly. He clarifies that the Chinchuan center has been in ruins since the outset of the catastrophe, and no one dares near it. No one comprehends what's transpiring inside, rendering it far too perilous for him to go there. Duan comforts him, stating there's naught to fret about, since he comprehends what he's performing. The hearsay he perceived in his prior existence concerning the faculties of those ruins must be factual, thus he feels he must go. Since the elder gentleman cannot halt him, he dials the telephone and informs the receptionist to connect him to the research laboratory. 5 minutes subsequently, the elder gentleman informs Duan to accompany him to the research laboratory. Following Duan's battle with the undead swarm, the elder gentleman commanded Jiang Tianxin to develop special equipment for him, since a godly fellow merits a godly armament. As they walk through the corridor, Dwayne notices commotion externally and asks what's occurring. The elder gentleman discloses that the refugees are presently conducting an echelon distribution. The gene elixir will shortly be available for utilization, yet there's solely a minuscule batch in the initial phase. Thus, they must ascertain who gets precedence through a selection procedure. He clarifies that their system is divided into 3 classifications. The initial is the escort unit, accountable for ensuring the security of the refugees and guarding the stronghold. The subsequent is the hunter unit, which is somewhat special. This force is composed of various minuscule teams, whose task is to annihilate undead in the vicinity and hunt for mutated undead to amass evolution energy. The tertiary is the super warrior unit, comprising mainly of members from Guan Zhonghua's ace unit. They aided in vanquishing the undead swarm and are presently the most potent force among the refugees. Duan finds it fascinating to perceive how far Commander Luo has advanced. They hop into the elevator, and once they enter the laboratory, they finally encounter the mad academician, Rick Sanchez, sporting a large mustache. As they follow Rick further inside, he opens a security pod to disclose a block of metal known as memory metal. The academician clarifies that it was designed to emulate the god panoply on Commander Luo's appendage and informs Duan to channel his might into it. Once Duan performs, the piece of metal swiftly transforms into a pair of blades. He's amazed and concedes he never anticipated their inquiries to advance this far. The elder gentleman adds that Duan can alter its physical form however he likes when Duan channels energy into it again. The daggers morph into a ring. The academician encourages him to feel free to employ it as his armament. For the time being, he also mentions that they will shortly breach into the subsequent floor of the ancient god ruins, and when that transpires, they'll permit Duan to be the initial to enter. Duan concurs, stating this is sufficient for presently. Ere departing, he asks Commander Luo if he comprehends where Goldie is. The elder gentleman replies that his companion is at Ling Wenwen's locale. With that, Duan takes his leave, leaving Commander Luo staring in disbelief at the youthful man, who genuinely did annihilate more than 10,000 undead on his own. The elder gentleman originally opined Duan would usurp over either his locale or Guanzhongwa's, and employ the refugee's assets to locate his sibling. Yet instead, Duan did not demand anything from him, and even rejected his proposition to dispatch individuals to Chinchuan with him. Once Duan gets his companion back, he pats Wenwen on the cranium. As he's on the verge of exiting the portal, he encounters Officer Z. She insists on accompanying him, yet he simply walks past her, expressing gratitude and stating it's excessively perilous. Besides, the refugees have just endured an undead swarm catastrophe and require all the manpower they can acquire. His companion transforms into its larger form, and collectively they take off, soaring through the firmaments. Subsequently, once they arrive at their destination, Duan spots a few undead and cleanses them out in an instant. He recalls that it's been roughly a week since he arrived here, and it appears he was correct. There are way more mutated undead presently than there were in his prior existence. Over the past week, he's attempted multiple times to enter the center district, yet each endeavor has failed. During his scouting, he discovered AC echelon undead already occupying the center, and he cannot even envision what type of dreadful existence is concealed inside, yet every time he nears the vicinity, the evolution flora reacts potently, almost as if it's urging him to hurry and get there. This only renders Duan inquisitive what might be there concealed, and he even more desires to go inside. Duan resolves to call it a day and repose, planning to ascertain how to sneak into Chinchuan Center. Subsequently, they enter one of the deserted edifices, where Goldie abruptly notices the presence of undead. Duan, however, cannot sense anything and mentions that they've been residing at this temporary stronghold for 4 days, and all the undead around here have already been annihilated. Yet then, he recalls that Goldie's sense of olfaction is stronger than his own. Thus, there could be an undead that can conceal its aroma. He informs his diminutive companion not to act impetuously. They must amass additional intelligence concerning their adversary first. Astonishingly, however, all they discover are mortals, a petite maiden and her elder sibling. The fellow shortly spots Duan positioned there and shoots him a lethal stare. He promptly becomes defensive, stepping before his sibling and cautioning Duan not to approach any nearer. He comforts his diminutive sibling, Huan, informing her not to be apprehensive and to remain behind him. The fellow abruptly leaps towards Duan with a blade in grasp, shouting and mistaking him for someone designated Jokong. He asserts he's going to avenge Huan's sibling. Yet Duan swiftly slides to the sinister side, informing the fellow that he's not Jokong. The man finally calms down, and when he takes a nearer look at Duan, he apprehends his misjudgment. Both the elder sibling and the petite maiden apologize, stating they should not have charged at him thusly. They also concede to consuming the sustenance stored in the chamber without authorization. Duan comforts them that there's naught to fret about. He introduces himself as Duan Fei and inquires what he should designate them. The white-head fellow introduces himself as Chun Jiahao. 15 minutes elapse by, and the elder sibling discloses that Huan's elder sibling, who was also his paramour, was tormented by Zhou Kong and his syndicate. She ended up perishing wretchedly in the maws of a fiend. Now he solely has Huan remaining, and he's endeavoring to shield her from peril. Yet he's castigating himself for being too feeble and not being able to avenge her. Duan is fuming with rage, informing Chun Jiahao that it's not his culpability. He states the ones to blame are those individuals who abandon their ethics, and he cannot believe they would employ a human to nourish a fiend. Chun Jiahao clarifies further that not solely do they nourish individuals to fiends, yet Zhou Kong frequently employs humans to lure undead as well, and they nourish those humans and undead to other fiends. Perceiving this, it does not require Duan long to apprehend that these fellows are cultivating fiends. Yet he is not certain why he then requests Chun Jihua to exhibit his appendage. When he performs, they notice a verdant thing beneath his integument, something like a botanical seed. Duan clarifies that the fiend requires humans to nourish it, since it's a mutated botanical-type fiend. These types of botanical creatures cannot move around to locate sustenance. Thus, they employ deceptions to disguise themselves and lure quarry, much like the man-eating flora in nature that attract their casualties to their vicinity. Evidently, these fiends plant their spores on humans and cultivate them like livestock, permitting them to attract undead. This method is quite prevalent. Following the undead cataclysm, the contagion spread globally in an instant, infecting all living beings and transforming them into savage, bloodthirsty fiends, including flora. Yet, unlike humans and fauna, when flora were infected, they underwent some special alterations. What's more precious than their scarcity is the immense genetic and vital energy inside botanical-type fiends. There's even a hearsay that states regardless of how injured someone is, as long as they're still respiring, they can be recuperated with merely a droplet of a botanical-type fiend's vital essence. Some individuals even assert it can cause a person to evolve anew, owing to this hearsay during the cataclysm. In his prior existence, whenever a botanical-type fiend materialized, it would attract numerous individuals attempting to seize it. Duan never anticipated to encounter a scarce botanical-type fiend here. As long as Duan can slay this botanical-type fiend and assimilate the vital energy inside, he'll probably be able to enter Chinchuan Center. This method is much superior to his previous strategy. Chun Jiahao snaps Duan out of his contemplations, inquiring what he's planning to perform. Duan informs him that this locale isn't secure. There's a high probability they'll be discovered shortly, since the seed on his appendage will disclose his location. Chun Jiahao is astonished, apprehending that is why he's been getting caught so easily this entire interval. Duan comforts him that now that he comprehends about Zhou Kong and his crew, he'll aid him in annihilating them. Jiahao is appreciative, yet cautions Duan that meddling with Zhou Kong is genuinely perilous, since they possess firearms, and they also possess faculties. Duan starts spouting some self-righteous balderdash concerning how he failed to shield his sibling, yet vows that it will not transpire again. Jiao concurs, stating fleeing isn't an alternative and asks what they should perform. Duan informs him they need not perform anything presently. He suggests they repose well and await for the thugs to arrive at them, so they can locate their stronghold more easily. In the middle of the night, those repulsive thugs finally track down Duan and Jiahao. Duan asks who Zhou Kong is among the ruffians, yet Jiahao grits his teeth, stating he did not accompany them. A gorilla-sized fellow steps forward and addresses Jiahao, blaming him for getting them reprimanded by their chieftain so many times. Without squandering a breath, he throws a solid fisticuff directly to Jiahao's visage. The gorilla turns to our champion, sternly demanding, "Who is he?" He then informs his underlings to bring everyone to the stronghold, since they will make excellent bait, and he is certain that this instance, the chieftain will assuredly recompense them with that. These imbeciles start driving our champion to their own perdition. When we arrive at the stronghold, we perceive some fellow imploring to be slain. The ruffians on guard duty smirk, discussing how the chieftain has become even crazier lately. Evidently, he has brought the paramour of that maiden inside, and is compelling him to observe as he performs lewd things with her. Inside, we perceive the paramour strapped to a chair, his orbs filled with anger, as he observes his paramour being humiliated on the bed. Once the scoundrel is concluded playing around with her, he puts his shirt back on and strolls over to the paramour, inquiring if he had amusement observing. This scoundrel is Zhou Kong, the identical fellow who slew Jia, Hao's paramour. The paramour yells in anger at this varlet, yet he is shortly silenced by a solid fisticuff to his abdomen. He withers in agony and collapses down on the ground. And Zhou informs this scoundrel that a bereaved canine can solely go mad. Helplessly, he keeps pounding on the blonde paramour for yelling. That is when the paramour sits back on the bed, recalling to this filthy man that they had agreed that, if she followed his commands, he would permit her paramour to depart. The repulsive scoundrel just smirks in response, stating there's no way he could permit her to depart, since everyone apprehended is a precious component to him. The maiden is devastated and commences to weep, not solely since this varlet is humiliating her, yet also since he's reneging on his vow. That is when our champion makes a grand ingress, by literally perforating a hole through the barrier. Zhou asks concerning this brat, Yet he's left utterly congealed when our champion zips past this scoundrel. In an instant, Dwayne informs the maiden to locate a secure place to conceal, while Joe yells at his ruffians to apprehend this varlet. Jihao then also makes his grand ingress in the scene, informing them not to squander their energy, since they have already subdued all their underlings. Joe, on the other hand, grits his teeth upon perceiving this. Abruptly, the paramour strapped to the seat starts summoning Duan's designation, as if he comprehends him already. Of course, Duan does not identify who this fellow is. Thus, the fellow introduces himself as Li Feng. This designation triggers some recollections for Dwayne, and he finally recalls that in junior high school, he frequently got bullied since he lacked parents. Thus, Li Feng always stood up against those bullies and shielded Duan when he was most susceptible. Zhou's forbearance finally erodes, and he transforms his appendage into a mutated beast Talon and promptly lunges at our champion. Yet Duan swiftly defends himself with his daggers, employing his godly celerity to get behind this varlet, and delivers a sharp slash across Zhou's appendage. Gore gushes out, rendering it clear to this scoundrel that it's the end. The once arrogant Zhou has now transformed into an apprehensive feline after losing his sole trump card. He commences to implore Duan not to slay him. Yet Duan isn't letting this scoundrel off the hook so easily. That is when his two comrades, whose paramours Zhou had meddled with, resolve to manage this scumbag on their own. They both desire to exact retribution for what this scoundrel has performed to their paramours. Duan starts sensing the emergence of faculty in both Li Feng and Chun Jiahao, pondering if they are on the verge of awakening. He recalls how in his prior existence he perceived that individuals can discharge surprising might in desperate predicaments and awaken their faculties. He's certain that Li Feng and Chun Jiahao are the identical type of individuals. Duan then informs them to be vigilant, informing them not to show off and be careful of the venom on Zhou's talons. Both paramours finally lunge forward to exact their retribution. Yet Zhou swiftly obstructs their assaults and retaliates with one of his own. While Blondie struggles to maintain his ground, Whitehead pushes Zhou back. However, the scoundrel swiftly regains his equilibrium. Even after being shoved, Zhou starts to apprehend that these two aren't as feeble as they used to be, and that contemplation is driving him crazy. The two paramours lunge at him again, and Zhou becomes even more incensed. He swings his talon and slashes, tearing Li Feng's bat into multiple pieces. Whitehead also gets struck by a hard fisticuff to his abdomen. Li Feng's paramour swiftly implores Duan to rescue them, stating they cannot stand a chance against Zhou. Yet, Duan desires not to be an impediment to their retribution, or the chance for them to redeem themselves. He comprehends that the more desperate they become, the more potential can erupt from them. Concurrently, Zhou is having the time of his existence, beating the blazes out of both of them. The paramour continues to plead with them to hurry, insisting that they're going to perish at this rate. Finally, Duan resolves to intervene, since it appears as if these fellows aren't getting anywhere. Following all that beating, it looks like it's already too late, however. Doubting with incredulity, Duan swiftly leaps from his position with the celerity of a ninja to rescue his comrade, but abruptly, he finds himself quite startled, as an immense might pins him firmly to the terrain. It appears like Jia How has manifested a faculty related to gravitational manipulation, which is a B-echelon faculty that can manipulate gravity in any locale within its sphere of influence, with the intensity contingent on the user's capabilities. That is when we also discern that Li Feng has also commenced to manifest. His faculty, his anatomy vanishes into a penumbra, leaving Duan entirely bewildered. Li Feng has manifested a faculty that is genuinely the scarcest, an A-echelon faculty known as Shadow Calamity. Li Feng swiftly pops directly behind this scoundrel, and as soon as this scoundrel attempts to retaliate, he discovers his anatomy unable to move. And Li Feng swiftly counters up a scythe, employing his penumbra, and he cleaves his mouth for being excessively vociferous. Following cleaving his mouth, Li Feng ponders which segment he should cleave next. If you inquire of me, I would love to perceive this scoundrel get emasculated. Yet Li Feng resolves to cleave the appendage that can transform into a beast talon, without squandering a second. He slashes down and severs the appendage from that man's anatomy. That ultimate assault was sufficient to conclude this scoundrel, and Li Feng has finally avenged his paramour. He is now not more than a gory disarray who remains on the ground. Deceased abruptly, Li Feng gets overwhelmed and collapses to his knees, expectorating copious quantities of gore. Duan swiftly runs over to him and informs the others that Li Feng has been struck by Zhou Kang's venom. Following all the movement, the venom must have spread throughout his entire anatomy. Ere they can tend to their comrades' injuries, a sound reverberates through the vicinity, and the edifice starts to quiver somewhat. Duan swiftly informs Jaha to take everyone out of there and depart. Jaha supports Li Feng and commences dragging him out, while Duan resolves to remain behind to manage this gigantic fiend. The fiend sprouts its colossal tendrils, demolishing the edifice in the ultimate few moments. As everyone escapes, Duan discovers himself enveloped by sharp tendrils all around this botanical fiend is so massive that it can be perceived from far away. Zhao and the others observe it from a distance, scarcely believing their orbs. As they apprehend this is the fiend Zhou Kang has been cultivated. Perceiving this concern for Duan commences to creep into their psyches. Yet it appears as if their concern for Duan is unwarranted, as he is literally riding the fiend like a Sigma male. He discloses that this creature is known as the giant Overlord Flora. In his prior existence, had perceived something concerning forces being dispatched to suppress an S-echelon Overlord Flora, though the fiend was vanquished. It had cost numerous existences. However, the system swiftly displays that this is merely a D-echelon mutated botanical, which renders Duan to opine. The fiend's energy frequency is still unstable, since it just evolved a moment ago. He figures there shouldn't be any predicament if he teams up with Goldie. Duan is in further astonishment when he perceives the fiend speak, as it appears to have developed self-awareness. The fiend is furious since Duan slew the puppet Zhou, who had been nourishing it copious sustenance in the form of humans and undead. Duan does not appreciate the demeanor this botanical fiend is giving him. Thus he launches himself at it. Yet the fiend swiftly hurls spores from its visage, which looks like an aperture. Duan swiftly starts cleaving down the roots to rescue himself. He discloses that mutated flora possess a vulnerability, their metagem concealed inside their anatomies. The metagem is their vital nucleus, and if he can extract it out, he can vanquish the fiend. He attempts to assimilate the fiend directly, yet he fails, and the system advisory displays that the fiend's anatomy is too large for his assimilation faculty to function directly. Appears as if Duan was already cognizant of this and resolves to head to where the metagem is located. To conclude it off, meanwhile, Goldie is performing his role perfectly. Combating the fiend, Duan grins at the spectacle, then starts walking away. He informs Goldie not to consume the tendril since they're venomous. He states he's going inside to locate the metagem and entrusts the responsibility of defending the exterior to Goldie. Once Goldie perceives that the fiend's tendrils are not edible, he appears vexed and hesitantly expectorates out the tendril he was holding beneath his jaw. The fiend then starts conversing with Goldie, inquiring why he's aiding the human. It requests Goldie to unite forces with it, stating it desires to assimilate Duan since he possesses copious might. Yet Goldie flatly refuses, rendering it clear he will not labor with something as unsightly as this botanical. Of course, the fiend feels anger at perceiving this affront. Concurrently, Dwayne is making his way into the subterranean passages. As he walks, he notices that these subterranean passages are filled with digestive fluid, giving him confidence that the nucleus is likely nearby. Abruptly, he spots something that looks like an undead imploring for sustenance. Once it perceives him, it attempts to assault. Yet Duan swiftly ducks away, solely to apprehend there are even more fiends behind it. The entire locale is teeming with what appears like all the individuals who have been nourished to the fiend, each repeating the ultimate words they spoke while alive. Abruptly, the tendrils commence to coalesce, forming into a large visage, with a large grin plastered across that repulsive mud. The creature discloses to Duan that whenever it gets bored, it plays around with all these puppets. One of the fiendish ladies lunges at Duan, yet he decapitates her with such celerity that it's impossible to tell when he even moved. The big visage gets vexed, perceiving Duan getting arrogant, More of the fiendish puppets rush to assault, yet all of them encounter the identical destiny, collapsing swiftly at Duan's appendages. Yet then the big visage resolves to play unfairly. A new puppet materializes resembling Duan's sibling, and she summons him for aid. While this just pushes our champion's forbearance to its maximum, he is so furious that he blindly starts cleaving down the tendrils with godly celerity, clearing the trajectory regardless of how many the unsightly visage hurls at him. He's not decelerating resolve to tear through everything in his way. Duan wandered around for a while and finally located the metagem, stuck beneath some tendrils as he stepped nearer. The botanical asked how he knew about the gem nucleus, yet Duan did not bother responding. Instead, he obliterated the tendrils and exposed the metagem to the open atmosphere. He was somewhat astonished to perceive how minuscule the metagem was, especially considering how colossal the fiend had been. Without squandering time, he activated his assimilation faculty. As soon as he extended his appendage, roots popped out and started constricting the life out of the fiend's nucleus, precisely as the essence was being transferred into his anatomy. Duan discovered himself inside the evolution flora. It was there he apprehended that the evolution flora, not him, had assimilated the overlord flora. The sanctuary effigy then clarifies that, since the evolution flora is also a botanical, it could directly assimilate the essence of the fiendish botanical, acquiring pure energy for the evolution flora to evolve. Duan feels awkward apprehending that Goldie has already evolved to rank E, and now, with the evolution flora leveling up, he's the sole one left behind, even though he's supposed to be the master. In any case, the system discloses that if he upgrades, he'll unlock a new skill designated ability covenant. This skill bestows upon him the faculty to sign a covenant and acquire a faculty from the quarry. However, if the quarry perishes, the covenant fails and the quarry must be human. The subsequent advisory informs Duan that the utilization of the faculty covenant is based on its echelon, and the fragments assimilated while employing the assimilate faculty can upgrade the covenant. The system also discloses that there's a higher echelon fiend in the vicinity. This perks Duan up, and he apprehends it must be around the Quincy Center. He resolves to head externally and seek for vital energy first, concurrently above ground. The fiend collapses lifelessly, leaving everyone externally pondering if Duan genuinely triumphed. Li Feng informs Whitehead to go check on what transpired to Duan. At the identical moment, Duan discovers an entire tub of vital energy that could rescue Li Feng's existence. Precisely then, Whitehead materializes, carrying Goldie in his grasp, and asks Duan if he's unharmed. As everyone is apprehensive concerning him, Duan swiftly takes Goldie from Jiahao and informs him to bring Li Feng and the others over immediately, since they must detoxify the venom in Li Feng's anatomy as soon as feasible. Subsequently, Duan places Goldie into the liquid to aid him recuperate. 20 minutes elapse, and now Li Feng is in the tub. Jiahao finds it quite magical how the venom inside Li Feng's anatomy is being detoxified so easily. Duan then informs Jiahao to get in the tub as well, clarifying that it can recuperate him as well, just like it performed for Goldie. Whitehead also hops into the pond, and Duan reflects on how it will require some time for them all to conclude assimilating the vital energy. As he observes them, he reflects back to when he first unlocked Faculty Covenant. The initial contemplation that came to his psyche was their faculties, the fragments he amassed earlier. Can upgrade the Faculty Covenant by one echelon, and with that he can sign his initial covenant. Duan swiftly activates his Faculty Covenant and places his appendage on Li Feng's shoulder. Once he establishes the covenant, he acquires the Shadow Calamity faculty. Feeling satisfied, Duan resolves to head out, informing Goldie to guard the locale. Once externally, he resolves to amass faculty fragments immediately, and then forge a covenant with Jia. How? For his faculty as well. He commences roaming the city thoroughfares in order to locate undead in the vicinity, all while attempting to adapt to the Shadow Calamity faculty. Eventually, he stumbles upon a large horde of undead and dives in, feasting on them as if he's at an all-you-can-consume buffet. Even after clearing out an entire buffet of undead, Duan still feels the urge to locate more faculty fragments. However, something else seizes his attention, which is a peculiar aura nearby. It's assuredly not from an undead, yet it's not human either. That is when we spot an undead maiden dancing. While a petite maiden sits on the shoulder of a massive. Muscled undead, the petite maiden appears to like the dancer's performance. The petite maiden hops down from her colossal comrade's shoulder and resolves to play another game with him. Yet just as she's on the verge of starting, the large muscle-bound undead notices something nearby. The hulking undead scans the vicinity. It transpires. He need not seek for the origin of the mysterious presence. Duan is already positioned directly next to the petite maiden, and it appears as if our champion has also located that peculiar aura. He had been seeking for the fiend, swiftly charges at Duan, yet he swiftly resolves to slash at the witless brute. The petite maiden on the sidelines observes in apprehension and asks Duan who the blazes he is, and how he materialized so abruptly. She mentions that she has planted orbs everywhere around here. Thus she always comprehends when someone is near. Now, Duan understands that the emotionless undead he encountered earlier were set by this maiden thankfully. He employed Shadow Calamity to conceal and didn't startle them. Elsewise, she would have assuredly escaped ere he got here. The maiden is quite irate and informs him to apologize immediately, since he just slew her petite, osseous undead. That is when it sinks in for Dwayne that the maiden appears to possess the faculty to control undead. He squats down to her echelon and asks for her designation. The maiden appears vexed and sticks her tongue out in response, rendering it clear she will not respond until he apologizes. Well, it appears as if the silly maiden just unintentionally disclosed her designation. Once Duan perceives it, he recalls Anya from his prior existence and apprehends she's the identical individual he knew. This maiden is evidently an S-echelon warrior from his previous existence, known as the Black Empress. He clarifies that following the outbreak in his prior existence, the Black Empress was the initial human to get infected by the contagion. For some unidentified rationale, even though the contagion annihilated her anatomy, her consciousness remained intact. As a result, the Black Empress became an undead with a human conscience. She possesses two faculties. The initial is psychic psychokinesis, which permits her to employ potent psychic might to annihilate her adversary's consciousness, and the subsequent is her special undead control faculty. Owing to the Black Empress' potent and unique existence, a schism arose among the humans. One faction desired to slay her, while the other desired her to live. In the end, individuals treated her like a human. Yet the opposition never genuinely vanished. Eventually, the Black Empress resolved to travel alone, and as a result, hearsay spread concerning her being cold-hearted and a bloodthirsty devil. Yet the innocent petite Anya, before Duan, does not appear like a devil at all. Now that we comprehend the background of this petite maiden, it's no surprise that Duan desires her on his side. He promptly apologizes, stating he possesses no malevolent intentions and merely desires to be comrades with her. Of course, the maiden bluntly denies it, insisting that everyone who arrives to locate Anya is a malevolent fellow, and that she desires not to be anyone's comrade. Dwayne asks her if she recalls the individuals who came seeking her. The maiden contemplates it over, apprehending that Duan does not appear like a malevolent fellow and concurs to show it. She then draws some goofy-ass characters on the ground and discloses that merely a few days ago, two individuals were attempting to locate her, yet she successfully evaded them. She clarifies that numerous individuals in black robes are targeting undead and apprehending them in large quantities. Abruptly, the ground beneath them commences to fracture, and Anya agitatedly discloses that a power beast is nearby and usually emerges around this interval to seek for sustenance. Without squandering any time, Duan swiftly seizes Anya and leaps away, leaving the beast snapping at empty atmosphere. As they alight, Duan informs her to hold on tightly, then starts his descent like a meteor crashing down, and eliminates the fiend in one fell swoop. The maiden is left wide-eyed and amazed by his dazzling faculties and assured personality. He then asks her if she can control the beast. Anya shakes her cranium, conceding her faculty isn't potent enough for that. In that circumstance, Duan resolves they should return to his stronghold for presently, apprehending it won't be secure here, with another fiend possibly lurking nearby. Once they finally make it back to their stronghold, Anya is amazed to learn that Duan is the one who vanquished the Colossus. Flora, meanwhile, Goldie is sniffing around, and precisely at that juncture, Duan materializes with the maiden in tow. His comrades inquire concerning the unidentified maiden, and Duan clarifies that he located her while patrolling and resolved to bring her abode. He then asks them if they sensed anything. Following assimilating the vital energy, Li Feng discloses that he can assuredly sense a significant enhancement in his mind. However, he appears more apprehensive concerning the faculty Duan just employed, since it genuinely belongs to Li Feng himself. Duan swiftly concedes that this is shadowbang and clarifies that he possesses a faculty that permits him to borrow other faculties. Li Feng voices his gratitude, stating he's certain Duan will employ it superior to he could. At that juncture, Anya notices Goldie on the ground, which renders her somewhat apprehensive. Duan promptly sets her down and turns to his two comrades, informing them that the predicament has altered and they must commence planning their subsequent move. Duan discloses to his comrades that the predicament is becoming more convoluted, with two additional unidentified forces now in the admixture. He cautions that it will be exceedingly perilous if they all remain here, and suggests they return to the refuge and await him. As anticipated, both Li Feng and Yahello protest against this notion. Yet, Duan comforts them, stating there's no necessity to fret concerning it, and reminds them that if Ning Jing and Huan Huan are still here, they won't be able to move freely or securely. He vows to them that Goldie will aid them to escort them back to the refuge. Li Feng suggests that if it's so perilous, they should all return collectively. However, Duan clarifies that he cannot perform that, since there might be crucial clues concerning his sibling in the Quinswan Center that he must investigate. They then inquire concerning the petite maiden, if she is not returning to the refugee. Duan resolves that Anya will remain with him, since she's somewhat special, and he temporarily cannot take her to the refuge. Meanwhile, it appears as if hapless Goldie is getting bullied by the petite maiden, who is tugging at him playfully. Subsequently, they all hop onto Goldie's back, prepared to depart. That is when Anya mentions that Goldie desires not to go to the refuge, since he intends to remain with his master. She asks if she should employ her powers to control him with her faculties, yet ultimately, Goldie soars off towards the refugee encampment without any resistance. Duan resolves it's time to move as well, and make his way towards the Qin Xuan Center. The petite maiden, however, can scarcely ignore the risk and aura he's exuding. Once they're deep in the penumbras, Duan discloses to her that they can move faster this method, and no one will notice them. If they keep proceeding straight, they should arrive at their destination in roughly 10 minutes. Yet ere heading towards the center, he resolves to employ his evolution points he earned from slaying the undead and the Overlord Flora. Duan presently possesses over 20,000 evolution points. He resolves to dump most of them into bolstering his agility and might, while allocating the remainder to upgrade his scout faculty following acquiring Shadow Calamity. The range advantage of Scout has become even more useful as he undergoes the upgrade. Duan starts exuding potent energy and cautions Anya to remain back. Although he did not anticipate to upgrade this much, he can sense his might nearing D echelon, even though he's still officially at F echelon. With that concluded, they finally set off on their journey towards the Qin Xuan Center. Concurrently, the scene shifts to a group of individuals conversing. The group comprises a fellow with a ponytail designated Along, a maiden beside him called Hei Tao, a yellow-haired fellow designated Aming, and a corpulent fellow at the back designated Jin Gang. The fellow with yellow hair, Aming, complains to their chieftain, Along, concerning walking for so long without locating the ruins they've been seeking for. Heitao swiftly informs him to shut up and cease questioning their chieftain's judgment. Along then gazes at his chart and states that the ingress to the ruins should be nearby. He then signals to Aming, letting him comprehend it's his turn to act. Ming swiftly understands what his master is attempting to convey. Thus he swiftly squats down and touches the ground. Ming's faculty, known as density, is an echelon might that permits him to sense and manipulate the density of objects, as well as their molecular composition. Employing this, he commences to seek for any concealed pathways or ingresses around the vicinity. Itao then asks why Sister Yun did not accompany them to explore the ruins. The chieftain Along clarifies that she possesses her own mission. She arrived here to locate someone Yet following so many days of seeking without success, she had to temporarily depart to continue her mission. Aming concludes his investigation and discloses that there's a colossal space below them, an ideal spot to make an ingress. Acknowledging this alone, resolves to proceed with the strategy. Aming, employing his powers, transforms the roadway into a colossal pit. As the group peers into the hole, the chieftain instructs them to prepare to enter the ruins. Concurrently, we return to Duan, who has abruptly noticed a peculiar aura surface. Anya senses it too, and concedes she's quite apprehensive. Precisely, then they encounter a colossal ape beast already incinerated to death. Duan is certain this is the labor of some humans, and what troubles him even more is the apprehension that these individuals arrived here with a specific motive and psyche. Duane swiftly apprehends that the aura he sensed earlier likely signifies the ruins have been opened, and those individuals might share the identical goal as him. Without squandering time, he dashes forward with all the celerity he can muster. Following roughly 10 minutes of travel, he attains the ingress he had been seeking for. Precisely as he suspected, someone has already entered before him. He resolves to go alone since he is not certain of what perils lie inside, and informs Anya to await externally. Yet of course the stubborn petite maiden insists on accompanying along, stating she desires to go with elder brother Duane. Well, now that she has designated him brother, I do not opine he can resist her. Thus, eventually Duan gives in, and they both enter the ruins collectively. The entire corridor is illuminated with side torches, and Duan cannot help yet remark that it's his initial time entering ruins like this. As they move deeper, they arrive at a bifurcation in the trajectory. Judging by the annihilated night panoply scattered around, it's evident that the previous party went to the Dexter side. To avert running into trouble, Duan resolves they should take the sinister trajectory instead. It's evident to Duan that the group must not possess numerous members, which is why they selected solely one trajectory. For presently, he opines it's wisest to avert unnecessary conflict. As they walk deeper into the corridor, they notice night puppets lined up along the barriers. Still wary, Duan desires not to take any risks. Thus, he informs Anya to remain back, while he checks if these dummies are genuinely traps. Precisely as he anticipated, the night puppets abruptly shimmer with red energy and start slashing wildly, aiming to vanquish him without hesitation. Duan activates Shadow Calamity and smashes through all the panoply. In an instant, Anya notices something inside these puppets' panoply and retrieves some manner of stone from the panoply. It appears these pieces of iron refuse possessed some manner of nucleus that powered their movements. If he recalls correctly, these are designated energy gems, and they contain copious energy. While Anya was occupied stuffing a ton of those energy gems into her pouch, Duan casually tosses one away, stating they're the lowest grade and pretty much futile. Of course, this vexes the petite maiden, who opined she was hoarding something valuable. Thus, she swiftly dumps all the stones she had amassed out her pouch. In frustration, abruptly, a massive knight known as a war puppet materializes. An echelon E-Fiend swings its heavy blade, yet the blade merely passes through Duan, who vanishes from sight. Duan attempts to infiltrate the puppet's anatomy to annihilate its nucleus from within. Yet the war puppet swiftly yanks him out of its panoply, displaying its no pushover. Apprehending he cannot annihilate the nucleus directly, Duan shifts tactics and resolves to go all out with physical might. He lunges at the puppet and slashes, fracturing its appendage in one move. Then with a solid knee smash, he bends the war puppet like a crumpled soda receptacle. The colossal piece of refuse finally collapses to the ground. Duan opens up the war puppet's anatomy and discovers a middle-grade energy gem inside. Alongside the gem, he locates something else, which is a slab. He tosses the energy gem to the elated Anya, yet he keeps the slate for himself. Upon near inspection, he apprehends that there appears to be another half to this slab. Precisely then the floor beneath them starts quivering, and a staircase emerges out of nowhere. Duan ponders if this slate is attempting to guide them someplace. Resolving to follow the guidance, he leads Anya further inside. As they venture deeper, they stumble upon a massive nest filled with nasty arachnids, crawling everywhere among them. Duan spots the biggest arachnid of all, and it would not be surprising if this thing might be guarding the other half of the slate. The large arachnid known as the disastrous arachnid is an E-echelon creature, as it and its swarm of smaller arachnids launch themselves at Duan. Our champion swiftly counters and attempts to slash the large arachnid over its orbs. However, the biggest arachnid retaliates by shooting lasers from its orbs, compelling Duan to evade and reposition. He then takes a potent leap and busts through the massive arachnid with a devastating blow. Once the entire vicinity is cleansed, a supplementary artifact, which is an essence crystal. This particular gem can lastingly elevate the user's vitality by 10%. A beneficial, however, not notably impactful uplift for Duan. Resolving it would be more fitting for another person entirely. He offers the ethereal crystal to Anya. As she takes it, her eyes broaden in utter wonder, as the crystal suffuses her with recently acquired ethereal strength. He afterwards elucidates for her that the essence prism is meant to augment her psychic strength further. This will cause her talents to become mightier. Duan subsequently grasps the pair of tablet fragments and joins them. As soon as the shards assemble fully, an image emanates from the stone tablet, displaying an intricate chart of the remnants within the great structure. The complex markings surely denote the various routes, and the golden and ruby points presumably point to boons and hazards. Correspondingly, the most crucial points, shimmering points, are situated on the 3rd and 5th tiers that appear to possess mighty protectors safeguarding those zones. Peculiarly, there is no observable passage leading to the 3rd floor, compelling Duan to ponder the next course of action. Precisely when they were examining the projected image, a peculiar event unfolds then. The massive arachnid they recently vanquished begins to descend into the earth, while the ground beneath it disintegrates and gives way. Perfectly timed, a stellar emblem suddenly materializes. Duan swiftly seizes the astral sigil, the two of them gazing upon it with much intrigue. They are clueless about its nature or what function it could possibly fulfill. Yet it appears significant, seemingly linked to the profound mysteries within the ancient place. Both Duan and Anya cautiously proceed towards the chasm which had just formed, into which the vanquished arachnid had plummeted. Elsewhere upon the ruins' 5th tier now, the party have evolved one's journeys through a boundless hallway still, when at last they step into an expansive central hall. Their gaze is pulled towards a secured sarcophagus positioned centrally there. Within rests a female figure, her tranquil countenance encircled by flowing tresses, clutching a tablet known as the Holy Relic's fractured piece within her grasp. This was exactly what this group had been searching for eagerly. The group's commander directs the portly individual then to cautiously extract the tablet from the lattice hold securely now, ere they could move upon their very intentions. A band of dubious individuals arrives at the very location. Alone needs no time to identify these shrouded scoundrels quickly. As God's judgment, these shrouded individuals begin their speech, spewing absurdities regarding their supposed divine arrival, to deliver heavenly punishment upon the betrayers of their sacred deity. Aolong merely scoffs at them in swift response, remarking that a group which merely lurks deep in darkness presumes to label itself truly divine, and orders these vermin to scurry back to their filthy dens. The shrouded figures swiftly leap towards Aolong then. However, he employs his powerful flame powers, and his companions likewise prepare themselves to subdue these very thugs. Concurrently, upon the 3rd level of the ancient structure now, we find our protagonist there, who has been descending rapidly into the abyss for an apparent eternity now. Anya feels so utterly drained, she is on the verge of collapse. At last they arrive at a portal, at which Anya remarks she senses an intensely frightening presence emanating from within. Precisely then, Duan suddenly begins to gag. It appears that the evolutionary sapling is responding once more now, and his form perceives that whatever the growth beacon seeks is very close by. He employs his umbral powers to covertly reconnoiter the immediate vicinity. Duan now deems it strange that this metaprism is merely displayed so openly there. Thus he resolves to employ his covertness to assimilate the special metaprism and circumvent a confrontation, however, just when he attempts to approach so unseen. A colossal cavalier crafted from rock suddenly starts to stir nearby. He rather suspected it would not prove so very easy. Thus he instructs the young lass to conceal herself deep in darkness as he handles this current troublesome situation. Thereupon he emerges fully from the deep shadows, and just when the cavalier hurls its colossal blade toward him, he springs aside nimbly. He subsequently rushes at the behemoth, his sharp daggers firmly in hand. He discerns that the core gem is employing its tendrils now to manipulate the golem, therefore he must move very quickly indeed. Our hero attempts to swiftly strike. However, it appears that his blows lack truly significant impact now. Versus this behemoth, thus, he quickly springs away again. He resolves to change armaments, since his short blades are proving insufficient now. Metaphorically and actually true. He springs at it anew this time. The behemoth attempts to utterly crush him. Yet, Dwan glides effortlessly along the hard floor. Next, with a swift maneuver, Dwan hurls a strong tendril above the golem's cranium, having ensnared its large head. He pulls the behemoth in his wake with truly incredible velocity now, making it slam violently onto the unforgiving earth below. As the behemoth was temporarily incapacitated by this, Dwan speeds to the behemoth's cranium wherein its very essence resides. The moment he is in sufficient proximity, the evolutionary sapling emerges quite suddenly then, and commences siphoning all the potent energy from the creature's core. When the energy assimilation has fully concluded, Dwan is astounded to witness how the growth beacon has suddenly transmuted to become a graceful female figure. Her abrupt manifestation utterly surprises him, leaving him quite unprepared. She gestures with her digit, and an interface panel materializes before Dwan's very eyes. He perceives that his current tier will soon alter now from F grade to E, since every prerequisite for his significant advancement are now fulfilled organically, it seems, the moment he accepts it with resolve. Dwan has become an E-grade pursuer at last, and all his attributes receiving a welcome boost of precisely 1 increment each. His power assimilation skill has likewise advanced now to the 2nd tier. That matter now settled, Dwan addresses the ethereal growth beacon gentlewoman before him, inquiring if he might address her using that very name. She accords him full consent. And Dwan then proceeds with a much deeper inquiry, questioning why he had been reverted and then reincarnated in the past, and why he himself was chosen for this destiny. The lady expresses regret and says she cannot answer that for the moment. She reveals she has no recollection currently about the specific core reasons concerning his strange reversion. However, an inner voice within her mind informs her that provided that Dwan himself continues to advance, he will in time uncover answers to all these most daunting questions. She further clarifies his very memories seem intricately linked to his ongoing evolution. Therefore, his continued progress is vitally significant indeed. Prior to departing, she includes that given her present energy state now, she cannot remain in the physical world for an extended time. Thus, she will be retreating once more into the system. After she vanishes, Dwan dispels his umbral concealment power then, and the young girl materializes again in the tangible realm safely. He resolves they must depart this location now with the utmost haste. Abruptly, he perceives the earth beginning to seep with intense pyre essence, and forth emerges a band of roused individuals on indeed. Oolong and Dwan, their eyes briefly connect for just a moment, when those individuals alight again on the now solid ground. Oolong remarks upon his genuine surprise at encountering another party in this place. They survey their surroundings now, and discern there appears to exist another level they have not yet investigated. Concurrently, we likewise observe those same dark, cloaked individuals again now, the ones who were uttering such nonsense about retribution before. Dwan questions if this group are those whom Anya had seen much earlier. Anya affirms that the dark, cloaked individuals are indeed the very same. However, she is uncertain regarding the other fellow sporting the tied-up hair. Those cloaked scoundrels, then, promptly begin demanding the sacred stone's fragmented arm from them, so very brazenly too, as if their own mother had left it to them as an inheritance. Yet Aolong firmly declares they are surrendering absolutely nothing to them at all, much less the precious holy relic. Yet the blonde companion of the group leader Aolong, cautions his leader that these dubious individuals have previously harmed poor Jing already, Gang, and also Hai Tao. Thus he is uncertain whether they are even able to confront them currently now. Duan swiftly discerns this, that these individuals appear to be contending for the valuable ponytail relic, addresses Duan directly and states he is Aolong by name now, expecting Duan to offer his own name in return as well. Certainly he does. Duan also states his name and asks Aolong then why he must aid him, seeing as their adversaries look rather challenging to effectively handle now. Duan surveys the cloaked figures and learns their assessed grade information. Aolong cautions Duan that should they fail to halt these individuals promptly now, every single one will be slain, because these robed individuals are actually terrifying zombies themselves. Duan is stunned by this startling revelation now, and questions if these sable guard folk are truly reanimated creatures too. Upon making a more detailed observation, he then perceives they exude a peculiar sort of energy that is curiously reminiscent now, an essence he had perceived previously. It is not long before he vividly recalls the ancient and powerful undead being he previously faced before, and he understands these beings possess the identical ancient seed emanation now. At last he resolves to intervene himself, instructing the blonde fellow to remain back and diligently safeguard Anya now. Naturally, the blonde fellow becomes quite irate by being commanded so, around by someone possessing a much lower power level. However, Duan hesitates not and swiftly springs towards the menacing undead foes, when a reanimated creature strikes back fiercely using its entangling tendrils. Duan severs them cleanly with his very sharp daggers. One of the undead endeavors to ambush Duan from behind, but Aolong swiftly launches his own potent assault, sparing Duan from being unexpectedly waylaid then. Ponytail moreover advises Duan not to behave too impetuously. He directs Duan to remain on the periphery, while he himself manages the situation. Duan considers it remarkable that this fellow is a D-tier awakener, with such rapid reaction capabilities too, and his unique talent is an A grade. Aolong additionally cautions our hero that these undead are not simple to overcome, and that even a minor wound means absolutely nothing to them. Disregarding the stern admonition, Duan vaults towards the undead once more and fells one of them, instantly leaving the blonde fellow completely agape with shock, as he beholds my champion vanquish the monster with a single mighty swing. Aolong is taken aback also, but not entirely flabbergasted, as it is something he had somewhat anticipated from our brave boy. Duan just acquired 600 evolution units from defeating a lone undead being. The other adversary begins to feel somewhat apprehensive, while Duan cannot resist a slight chuckle, musing how these ancient seed beings all imagine themselves as deities, which implies he is a deity slayer now. The sole remaining undead swiftly withdraws, to create some distance between them all, and in absolute fury metamorphoses into an enormous, hulking monstrosity. Duan appears quite horrified to observe this, because he recollects battling a primeval undead creature previously. He quickly exclaims for the blonde fellow to escort Anya from this place. The fair-haired man snatches the girl like a bundle of goods, and commences to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, Aolong remains steadfastly alongside Duan, prepared to vanquish this terrible beast, to achieve vengeance for injuring his other comrades. Once the transformation is entirely complete, the monster has become a C-rank behemoth. With its immense physique, the creature rapidly lunges at Duan, but he adroitly springs away from the oncoming ferocious attack. The tendrils attempt to ensnare Aolong, but he promptly incinerates them completely. I must mention, even though Aolong is merely an E-tier awakener, he maintains incredible composure while confronting a C-tier undead being. The flames he hurls achieve nothing against the beast. They just vanish as if they were insignificant. The undead feels immensely proud of its own capabilities and begins to proclaim that whatever they attempt is utterly futile, because the god's divine power is truly invincible. Duan nevertheless is resolute to demonstrate this arrogant fool is wrong. He soars into the heavens, descending powerfully with his own blade. The undead swings its weapon to intercept him, and the collision of their armaments illuminates the entire vicinity brightly. The clash with the monster makes one thing absolutely clear to Dwan. This particular creature is mightier than the primeval seeds he has encountered before, and it appears they are advancing at an astonishing pace. Still, Dwan remains supremely confident now, because he is not the same feeble fellow he once was. Employing his umbral talents swiftly, Dwan charges ferociously at the monster. This instance, he depends solely upon Shadow Bang and his augmented physical attributes to vanquish. Yellowhead is left utterly dumbfounded observing how someone like Dwan, an E-tier awakener, is holding his own against this formidable creature. His commander Along concedes he does not comprehend how this is even conceivable, because he is just as astounded as every other person. Finally, Dwan delivers a powerful kick squarely to the monster's visage, sending it skidding rapidly across the hard ground. By this time, Along is certain that Dwan could likely vanquish the monster single-handedly, but our hero clarifies that the creature's defenses are too robust, making it difficult to inflict a mortal wound with the armaments he possesses. He then discloses he has a method to handle the monster, but he requires sufficient time to prepare. Along begins exuding a dark, foreboding energy prepared to secure Dwan the interval he requires. Nevertheless, the undead appears to be losing its patience and swiftly leaps towards Dwan. Poised to attack, Along is not about to permit the undead past, particularly with his personal honor on the line. He does not wish to seem inferior in comparison to Dwan, so he rapidly utilizes his powers to assault the huge monster. He is managing the creature quite adeptly and experiencing a measure of gratification, observing it silenced for a brief moment. But after a short while, he shouts to Dwan, alerting him that he cannot fend off the monster much longer now. Dwan acknowledges this urgent message and quickly makes his way to the colossal knight he had vanquished previously, intending to seize its immense heavy spear. Simultaneously, the monster grows enraged and hurls its tendrils fiercely at Along, who's now barely evading and fleeing for his very life. But at last, Dwan launches the gigantic spear from a considerable distance, and it impacts the monster squarely in its face, rendering the beast unconscious instantly with one mighty blow. Along is utterly flabbergasted by this, not anticipating Dwan could even lift that enormous spear, let alone eliminate the monster in a single attempt. It appears Along celebrated too prematurely, because that scoundrel of an undead is actually grasping the spear firmly in its hands. Contrary to what they had just thought, Along tenses considerably at this shocking sight. Understanding this was their sole opportunity to finally dispatch the monster. But now it seems as if they have squandered that chance. The monster rapidly attempts to strike Dwan with a giant spear, but Dwan succeeds in catching it with his own bare hands. The monster's feet start to quaver as it strains to overcome Dwan. To aggravate matters further for the undead, Along joins Dwan to assist, which only enrages the creature even more. It growls that it is now going to pulverize both of them simultaneously. Along unleashes one of his potent skills, vowing to utterly defeat the vile monster. Meanwhile, the creature begins exerting its own immense force, making the blondie struggle even more than he had ever anticipated. He had not foreseen the monster possessing any such remaining power. The monster is utterly bewildered now, literally sweating bullets as it finds itself being gradually overpowered. What's more baffling to it is that it feels as if its mind is being commandeered by someone. Right on cue, it proclaims that Anya is the world's #1 adorable girl, which grants both heroes the opening they require to finish the villain off. Of course, it is Anya who utilized her undead control special ability after exerting herself for just a mere few seconds against such a very powerful, formidable monster. She is completely and utterly exhausted. With the monster finally defeated now, Dwan extends his hand to help Along rise up. But my champion does not squander any precious time. He employs his contract ability to seize all Along's flame powers. As well, it is ambiguous what type of contract this is, however, since contracts typically necessitate the full consent of the opposing individual. Now that they have handled the primary menace, Along discloses that the black robe individuals are part of an organization named Heaven's Tribulation. They are exceptionally enigmatic, and it is nearly impossible to ever track them. Dwan inquires what their precise objective is then. Aolong concedes he is not entirely certain about that, but he knows they are perpetually capturing various undead beings. Just then, two of Ponytail's companions emerge from the inner sanctum floors. Dwan asks them how they discovered this particular hidden place. The fellows explain that they are hired mercenaries who reached here on a specific mission, and they are not completely clear regarding their employer either. Ponytail summons for Jing Gang to approach him, and the stout fellow quickly recovers the sacred stone's broken arm. Ponytail presents it proudly to Dwan, stating that since Dwan is the one who vanquished Heaven's Tribulation, this artifact belongs to him also. Ponytail imparts that were it not for Dwan, they would surely be deceased by this time. Dwan merely offers a slight grin, stating they may retain the artifact, because acquiring it constituted part of their assigned task. It is hardly astonishing that Dwan shows no interest in some ordinary stone, since he has already secured something vastly more precious, which is Aolong's remarkable capabilities. He then presents a likeness of his dear sister, and petitions that should they locate her, they must inform him without any delay. Ponytail consents to aid Dwan in this important quest. Concurrently, it seems the portly one's condition is rather grave, witnessing their companion in such dire straits. Aolong determines it is now time for their departure. They trade methods of contact before they go their separate ways. As the contingent commences to depart, Yellowhead proposes to his superior that they should combine forces to assault Dwan and seize whatever riches he might have procured from the subterranean levels. But Aolong chooses to forego that particular notion and indicates that it would be no overstatement to suggest that, even if they were in superior physical shape, they might still be unable to overcome Dwan. Ultimately, during the very recent confrontation, he had not even employed half of his actual prowess. Meanwhile, Anya inquires of Dwan why he declined their valuable treasure, feeling somewhat disheartened that he let it pass by. My hero simply offers a gentle smile, clarifying that after his interaction with Aolong, he senses he is not a malicious individual, so it was merely an act of benevolence towards him. While he is not particularly pleased that Aolong concealed his true identity, he trusts there must exist a compelling justification for it. The small one then questions what their next course of action will be. Dwan responds they will persist in exploring this current location and utilize the gems to assist her in becoming more potent. Furthermore, he desires to discover more concerning the insignia they uncovered on the preceding tier. With that resolve, they decide to begin investigating the fourth level. As they venture onto the ruins' fourth tier, they observe the identical enormous automatons residing down here, all of which are intermediate level adversaries. Dwan swiftly activates one of his recently procured abilities and instructs Anya to entrust the remainder to him, stating it is an opportune moment to test the flame power he acquired. All of the monsters converge upon him simultaneously, but Dwan vaults clear and retaliates with formidable force. He is so incredibly dominant that he literally annihilates every single monster within his vision. After meticulously evaluating his pyrotechnic abilities, he discerns he must conclude this conflict swiftly. As he lacks substantial time to squander, he promptly summons fire within his palm and resolves to employ it with some moderation, lest he might accidentally detonate the entire ancient structure. Thereupon he unleashes a tremendous tempest of flame that incinerates and liquefies those metallic constructs. Immediately, he then calls to Anya to amass all the crystals, and the petite lady joyfully begins scurrying with her tiny feet to gather all the precious gems for her own use. It is then she suddenly starts to weep, exclaiming that the crimson hue gem he had presented her is now missing. He inquires if she accidentally dropped it amidst the turmoil, to which she responds that she is quite uncertain, as her satchel was securely fastened shut. He then advises her to attempt absorbing another such gem, and the moment she does, the gem vanishes completely. Well now, it appears the enigma surrounding the vanished gem has been unraveled. As anticipated, owing to Anya's unique characteristic, she does not vanquish undead, but rather subdues them. This signifies she will not acquire experience to elevate her own level, but alternatively, she could directly assimilate energy from various items and utilize it to evolve. Dwan urges her to consume all the potent energy gems, reassuring her that she will grow mightier in very short order. Meanwhile, a repugnant, undead creature lurks in the vicinity, appearing anything but pleased to observe the pair so joyous. At last, Anya succeeds in evolving herself into an E-tier awakener. Dwan felicitates her upon this significant achievement, and the girl appears quite delighted about it. Precisely at that very instant, they begin to perceive something terrifying approaching from the opposite direction. Dwan suspects it is emanating from the 5th tier, so they resolve to investigate it more thoroughly. As they step onto the 5th level, there is no pathway ahead, merely a crystal sarcophagus, presumably the primary treasure of this particular floor. Anya gets a distinct impression there ought to have been an occupant within this coffin. Thus, there are possibilities that there could be another treasure protector. Concealed, the ambience abruptly transforms now, unnerving Anya, and right at that moment, a monster attempts a surreptitious assault upon them. But Dwan remains entirely unmoved by this. He strikes that ancient crone with such effortless grace. He appears almost preternaturally calm then. Dwan deduces the monster was provoked due to the stone tablet Along and his contingent had taken. From this location, Anya endeavors to control the undead, but fails spectacularly. Well, it is hardly astonishing that she cannot command this particular zombie, since she had depleted her energies already. The ancient crone lunges from her position once more, attempting to claw Dwan with her rodent-like sharp talons. But my hero ducks swiftly away. She brandishes her hand once again, but he quickly retreats, employing his umbral powers, evading her volatile, crackling energy. She endeavors to assault him anew, but this particular instance, Dwan conjures a colossal umbral appendage and attempts to crush her like an insect. As soon as the monster is finally vanquished, he acquires 600 evolution units and successfully assimilates her formidable thunder ability. However, he still must assimilate 98 additional abilities to fully master. After vanquishing the fearsome monster, the sarcophagus commences to ascend into the air, and the circular design on the wall rotates, unveiling a recess to insert the stellar emblem our hero had procured from the other level. He swiftly inserts that stellar emblem precisely into position, and after some incantation, the great portals swing wide, revealing yet another series of stairs to descend. They proceed down the long corridor, and the little girl clarifies that she can engage in combat again following this. Dwan concurs with her completely, telling her that should they confront a powerful adversary, they will combat as a team. Dwan considers that if they encounter a suitable undead, he will permit Anya to attempt to subdue it. But for the present, he must manage affairs himself. To assimilate Aolong's powerful ability, he was compelled to expend all his remaining ability shards. Therefore, he needs to gather many more. They at last encounter a muscular undead being, a grade E-tier berserker type. Dwan quickly restrains Anya from attempting to tame this specific one, informing her it is excessively strong and to leave it to him. The monster slams down its colossal weapon, but Dwan glides away effortlessly then propels himself forward, attempting to impale the brute with his own sharp blade. The brute successfully parries the incoming assault, but Dwan swiftly employs his assimilation ability to siphon all its energy. The system bestows upon him 400 evolution units for vanquishing the undead and 25 berserk ability fragments. The girl indicates ahead then, where they behold hundreds of undead soldiers infesting the entire area. But Dwan is not intimidated by anything. He activates his powerful Shadow Bane and utterly demolishes all the undead in his immediate path, amassing a substantial quantity of evolution units and ability shards. He is quite fatigued afterwards then, but he is not lamenting because it was decidedly worthwhile. Now, he has accumulated nearly 40,000 evolution units. After having gathered a considerable amount of ability shards, Dwan resolves to leave the energy gems for Anya to fully absorb. He understands he must capitalize on the moment, amass more evolution units to become even stronger, and recover the forgotten memories of his evolutionary tree as well. They finally arrive at the conclusion of the 2nd tier and stand before an immense, formidable gate, prepared to enter the ultimate floor. As they unseal the gate, a multitude of owls surges forth. But these are no common feathered creatures. They are monstrous beasts, Dwan promptly employs his umbral ability to conceal the girl within his shadow for her complete safety. But she objects to it because she will no longer hide behind him. She has evolved and can now defend herself. She leaps away, creating a secure distance, then extends her diminutive hands outwards, awakening her innate abilities to command the savage avian creatures. As another owl rushes at her to fiercely attack, the girl successfully gains dominion over one of the owls, and it swiftly vanquishes the other one. Dwan perceives that Anya truly can manage on her own and begins to reprimand himself for being excessively cautious. He had started to perceive her as his own sister, Shinyu, which rendered him more guarded. Abruptly, an enormous owl descends upon the scene. Dwan quickly instructs Anya to subdue it, as it appears to be the leader of the flock and is considerably stronger. But Anya declines, stating she does not desire it as her companion. Instead, she indicates that the small white owl she has already tamed possesses a vast reservoir of energy within and even wields an S-tier special ability. She concentrates on infiltrating its very consciousness, assisting it to unlock its entire latent potential. And within mere moments, she vanquishes the large owl. Immediately, more of the large owls loom menacingly over their small furry ally. So Anya encourages her feathered companion, telling it that it is far mightier than all of them. Her unwavering confidence invigorates the owl, and it metamorphoses into the ultimate ninja of the avian realm, crushing down adversaries left and right as if it were trivial. In mere seconds, the owl vanquishes all the other monsters with utter ease. Anya embraces her pet affectionately to her heart while Dwan smirks, pleased they have discovered a new valuable partner. But he reminds her it is not the time to rejoice yet, because something truly colossal is rapidly approaching. Precisely at that instant, more owls infest the entire area.